All right, and we are live. So now we are looking at basically the first fight of the main card with PFL, which is Clay Collard and AJ McKee. This is obviously the Bellator fighter and AJ McKee and Clay Collard as PFL. And this is just an example of what the Saudis are going to be able to do in terms of showing the type of matchups that they can make in the world of combat sports. For example, they say that the heavyweight winner of tonight's main event in this particular card is supposed to fight Francis Ngannou. But what about Francis Ngannou potentially fighting John Jones? Can they make a fight like that happen? Because obviously that is what we are looking forward to seeing, is a matchup like that. But can they make it happen? Again, they are now in line with the UFC, and I would imagine it would be very difficult for them to make that fight based on the politics of the UFC. So there we go. So Clay Collard, one thing I could tell you about this guy, he has won a lot of fights that many people would not have expected him to win. For example, the Anthony Pettis fight. You could even look at some of his boxing matches that he's had. So here we go. AJ McKee versus Clay Collard, round one, as we are about to commence battle. Here comes Clay Collard opening up with a jab. AJ with a side kick. 445, 444, 443 of the first round right now. AJ starts firing up. Los Angeles, California's own AJ McKee shoots for a double leg takedown now in the full guard of Clay Collard. Now transitioning into a guillotine choke out of nowhere. And this looks tight. AJ McKee looks like he's got this really tight on him right now. And now he's going for a triangle. Here. Oh, wow. Okay, he's got that cinched in. He has to lock it in a figure four position. Now he's got the ankles and the legs as he has the triangle. Now he's got the arm and the triangle locked in. Oh, he taps. Oh my goodness. Just like that. AJ McKee taps out Clay Collard. So there you have it, guys. Here's the thing about Clay Collard, right? He's a very talented fighter. He's very, very unpredictable. But at the same time, I got to tell you, he has certain susceptibilities that AJ McKee had decided to use to his advantage right now. And what exactly was that? Well, he felt that he had some sort of grappling deficiency and exploited that. You've seen he shot in for the double leg right away. And then right after that, he went for the guillotine choke. And after the guillotine choke, he then transitions off his back to get a triangle choke. And then basically, he didn't even finish him with a triangle choke, right? He finished him with a figure four arm bar, right? Because his head pops out, and as his head pops out, he still has that figure four lock into his legs as he is snapping his arm away. And of course, Clay Collard had no choice but to tap. Otherwise, he would have gotten, his hand hyperextended. What's up, boss? How you doing? Oh, sorry about that. Had a bit of some technical difficulties there. Got a little bit what do you call it? My I guess my screen froze. But anyhow, what did this brother here say? PFL is getting melted aside from Ferreira. Yes. So I was wondering what exactly do you mean by that comment? If you could clarify, so I can give better insight on what you mean by PFL is getting melted aside from Ferreira. Ferreira, I believe, is the guy that is fighting tonight against Ryan Bader. Do you think that Ryan Bader is going to defeat Ferreira, or do you believe that Ferreira can do enough, especially with his length, his size, and maybe even his youth over Ryan Bader? Or is Ryan Bader's wrestling just going to be extremely overwhelming for somebody like Ferreira? But you never know. So now I got to talk to you guys about something really quite interesting, right? And I'm going to mark this into the 24-minute mark. Brian Ortega's role. I'm just going to mark this down so that this way I could kind of put a timestamp on it. Brian role. So here we go. 24-minute mark. Brian Ortega's role on the tax collector. So as you guys know, tonight in the co-main event, you have Brian Ortega as the co-headline for UFC Mexico. Now, what is quite significant about this particular card is obviously it's in Mexico. The majority of the fighters in there are Mexican fighters, which obviously is a regional strategic business move for what the UFC does, similar to what Saudi Arabia is doing tonight with the Saudi card in terms of the Saudi fighters that they put out. They had one amateur that they were going to have in that fight. And I believe they've had Ali's grandson who fought tonight, by the way, which, by the way, is really important to bring up because you got to understand, right? Obviously, Ali is a global Muslim superstar, right? And as a result of that, he's going to garner a lot of the attention of the Muslim world. If you remember, Muhammad Ali, when he was in the Middle East, or whether he was in, let's say, Africa, he was a big deal in that part of the world. And as a result of that, the Saudis are going to try and when will you get Michael Kelly on? Jiggy's workshop. When am I going to get Mike Kelly on? I tell you what, here's the thing about Michael Kelly. For those of you that don't know, obviously this is a little inside joke that we have amongst our Facebook friends. Michael Kelly is a guy that I have I'm friends with on Facebook. He is the former training partner of Anthony Joshua. So to get him on, that would probably be difficult because he's not a camera type of guy, nor is he an audio type of guy. Like, for example, I'm sure me and him can do an audio type of broadcast or whatever you want, right? But I don't know, man. I highly doubt it. It's just not his type of thing that he likes to do. You know, even if we were to just do, let's say, an interview like this, right, where we would just do it on, let's say, an audio or something like that. He's not going to want to do that. He's just, I don't know. It's just not his thing. And again, here's the thing you guys got to understand. Being in front of a camera is not for everyone, right? There's a lot of guys out there, whether they are former military, whether they are former gang members, whether they are former fighters or current fighters, that have a lot of interesting stories to tell. But for one reason or another, they just can't really put it together when it comes to getting on the camera. This right here, it would be good if I got Mikey Kelly, of course, obviously. But anything that is good is done out of your own will. And by the way, as we are witnessing Yoel Romero fighting Thiago Santos right now, it takes courage, man. Well, I don't know if it takes courage, right? I don't know if the reason why I'm able to just get up here and talk my stuff without any hesitation, without any scare, without any fear. Maybe because a part of me sort of understands that, you know what, I'm a trained killer, man. You know what I mean? Like, I can do whatever it takes, right? I can do what I want. I don't know if that's the reason why, um, so I don't know if it's courage, right? Because there's a lot of courageous guys that are, well, yeah, courageous, but they're just not good camera people. So I do agree that maybe a little bit of courage does help, but at the same time, I think it takes a little bit more than that. You definitely know your subject. So speaking of subject, wow, how about this? John Jones is in Saudi Arabia right now, dressed in his all-white Saudi Galabaya. I should have put on an all-white Saudi Galabaya on right now for this particular event, but I don't know. That wouldn't make sense. I'm in sunny California right now, so for me to do that would be disingenuous in a sort of weird way, right? So as we're witnessing this, I'm going to talk to you guys about Brian Ortega and what I saw in the tax collector, and not only that, what I thought is quite really fascinating about the tax collector, right? Because usually most people that know anything about the LA gang culture, they think of a very superficial attitude of red versus blue, when in reality, the LA gang politics with the Bloods, the Crips, the Sureños, the Peckerwood, white supremacist gangs, the biker gangs, and everything in between, even MS-13, all these gangs, it's not as black and white when it comes to alliance, when it comes to who they work with, and also their affiliations with one gang to another. And this was the movie that Brian Ortega, a man that we're going to witness tonight, was involved in. He was playing some sort of Mexican mafia hitman that was collecting money from the Sureños, which are the street gang that are basically used as the street soldiers of the Mexican mafia and the cartels in California. Now, obviously, this is all alleged. I'm not saying anything that's not in public record or anything to that degree, but it was interesting that they had brought in Shia LaBeouf to play in this same movie with Brian Ortega. And by the way, also Mr. Criminal was also a part of this movie, a guy who's I've been featured on his podcast a few times, where I called in and chatted it up with him. But the interesting thing about that movie is that it gives a real strong insight into LA gang politics. And we're talking about that right now, Brian Ortega's role in the tax collector, as we are witnessing Yoel Romero being announced to the Saudi crowd right now, and looks great for his age, still looks buff, still looks athletic. Although I don't know if he can still go out there and do the backflips that he did back in 2016. Who knows? So now here's Thiago Santos being introduced, and more on the subject of the tax collector with Brian Ortega. So here it goes. The movie was about guys that were collecting money from the gangs, right? So, for example, obviously the Mexican mafia, you start off as a street guy, somebody that is, let's say, in a gang of some sort, maybe a gang with either the Norteños or maybe the Sureños, more than likely more of the Sureños, because obviously they're down south, right? And then they graduate into becoming a Mexican mafia member. And with that, you collect money, and you collect money from all the gangs that you work with. And as a result, in this movie, there was, I don't want to give out any spoilers or anything like that. Brian Ortega played his role very well in this. Mr. Criminal as well, even with the brief time that he was there. Also, the one guy that I think is the highlight of that movie, obviously, Shia LaBeouf, because there have been rumors that when he was in the movie, he had decided to go and join the gang as a result of it. And here we are. We are 426, 425 between Yoel Romero and Santos. But more on that particular subject just right after we go over round one with Santos and Romero right now. And just like what we know Santos and Romero to be, they're very methodical, very plotty in the way that they fight. Also, they're going to have a very slow start, and we're seeing that right now as we are witnessing that. And by the way, I want to remind you guys, I'm still going to talk about Brian Ortega's role in the tax collector after round one of Santos versus Romero. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And here we go. For 340, 339 of the first round. Not a lot of damage by any guys yet. Not a lot of engagement whatsoever. Here we go. 313, 312 of the first round. There's the calf, or yeah, the lead front leg into the shins by Yoel Romero. A high kick by Santos right now. 255, 253 of the first round. Still body kick attempt by Romero. A lot of respect shown by both of these guys. Not a lot of high engagement. Yeah, a lot of stance switches here right now. Here we go. There's John Jones looking over in the crowd as he is watching his former opponent and his former training partner, Yoel Romero. Yeah, Dan Hardy just mentioned right now that John Jones is highly focused into this match because he knows of how highly dangerous they are. So you're definitely right about that, Dan Hardy. You can't take your eyes off of them. You never know. They seem slow and really hesitant in the beginning, but with the type of explosive power that Yoel Romero has and Santos as well, you can't sleep on them because then they'll end up sleeping you in the process. So there we go. A hook by Santos right there. 128, 126, 125 of the first round. There's a fake attempt of a single leg by Yoel there. Goes really low, but more of a bravado move at some degree. Low kick by Yoel Romero there. 108, 107, 106. There we go. Tries to get him off balance. Yeah, Chael's making a good point right there. Why doesn't he ever use his wrestling? But I guess he just wants to show his striking, and we're talking about Yoel Romero here. I think the reason why, yeah, that Yoel Romero does that is obviously because he wants to conserve a certain amount of energy. But at the same time, when you continuously fight like this, 10 seconds left. Here we go. Now they swing for the fences with the last 10 seconds here. All right, so that is the end of the first round with Santos and Romero. This is going to a decision. So here we go. Now we're talking about the tax collector with Brian Ortega, a guy who we're going to see fight later on tonight in the UFC's organization because they have a show going on in UFC Mexico, as you see right here, and in UFC Bellator and PFL is what we're watching right here. So anyways, the tax collector, as I was saying in the beginning of the content, look, LA gang politics and California gang politics in general is very complicated. And let me explain why. For one, you got to understand, right? The stereotype of blood versus Crip almost doesn't exist in LA and in California in particular. Let me explain to you why. For example, if you guys know the rapper Nipsey Hussle who got shot, he's a Crip, Rolling 60s Crip. He grew up on and was affiliated with that gang, but guess what? He got killed by another Crip. Now, many of that is speculated to the fact that he may have stolen, let's say, drugs from the Mexican mafia when he was in Chicago. And as a result, the Mexican mafia hired Eric Holder, the killer of Nipsey Hussle, to end his life based on a bag that they had given him, but obviously got caught in a process. For the same similar fashion that the Crips that had killed Pop Smoke in LA was allegedly being approached by the Armenian mob, because what had happened was that Pop Smoke tried to borrow a car from the Armenian mob and had decided he wanted to go ship it out to New York. And he thought these guys were soft because a little understanding that I know of gangsters in New York, I got to tell you, these guys are very arrogant to a degree where they think they're the only gangsters in the world. So this is what happens. He gets popped in the process. So here we go. 1 minute down of Yoel Romero versus Santos. I'm going to talk more about that, and I'm going to carry on covering this fight right now. But at the end of this round, we're going to continue on with Brian Ortega's role in the tax collector. So here we go. Body punch attempt by Santos there, misses. Body kick. A whole lot more, output by Santos, probably because he's a lot more comfortable in what he's doing right now. A lot more comfortable in terms of the volume. You see, when you throw volume in a fight, sometimes it takes really a whole lot of minutes to kind of get it cooking. And I think that's kind of what's going on here. So, yeah, a few leg kicks there by Yoel Romero. Another leg kick, Yoel Romero. Doesn't seem really damaging. Oh, there we go. An oblique kick right into the shins. Same similar type of oblique kicks that he's thrown at Robert Whitaker, which, by the way, shout out to him in his win against Paulo Costa. I actually picked against Robert Whitaker in that one. I don't know why. I really thought that Paulo Costa was going to come in here and do the business, but that wasn't the case. Jab by Santos right there. Yeah, just a whole lot less hesitant in the way that they're throwing their shots right now. And after 2 minutes of this round, I'm going to talk about Brian Ortega's role in the tax collector. And by the way, Brian Ortega is a guy that we're going to see tonight. So what a great way to sort of hype up his fight while telling you guys my experience of seeing him play a gangster role in the tax collector. All right, so 127, 126, 125 of the second round. And remember, we're going to talk about the tax collector with Brian Ortega in less than a minute. 113, 112, 111. Walking Yoel Romero down into the cage. Yoel Romero is still fighting the same pace, whereas with Santos, he sort of turned it up a little bit. And again, maybe this is what sort of shows the age of Yoel Romero. We know that he's strong and very dangerous in every second of the fight. But at the same time, I think him being slow is sort of what makes him lose those close round decisions, such as the Robert Whitaker fight. So less than 40 seconds left now. 35, 34 of the second round. Yoel Romero sort of showing a little bit of a bravado, waving his arms around. "20 seconds left." I think Santos is going to try to go for a jab here. He's not as busy in the last seconds of the round. I think he sort of knows that he got the second round in the bag because he's not throwing any volume at all in the last second. There we go, the end of the second round. So going back to what I was saying with the tax collector, and as I was saying with Pop Smoke getting killed in LA, right? Obviously, these were Crips that had killed him. But guess what? Back in New York, guess who Pop Smoke is affiliated with? The Crips. Now, do you think that the Crips in LA care? No, of course not. For example, you have this gangster rapper up here in Sacramento, right? He's a blood affiliate. His name's Mozzie. But yet he goes down to LA and does songs with Asian boy Crip members from Long Beach, right? This is a normal thing for him to do. So, yeah, that's a little bit of the understanding of the gang culture in LA in relationship to Brian Ortega and his role in a tax collector. So, once again, I think Shia LaBeouf possibly becoming a gang member based on playing a role in the tax collector. I think that's not unusual. For example, you look at Tupac, he became a blood after he joined Death Row Records, which is highly unusual and quite old to join a gang, by the way, in your mid-20s. Because most of these guys are bred into the gang based on where they grew up, and they really start them at a young age. So, again, the same thing. The characters that played in Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood, a lot of these guys became gangsters as a result of playing their role and sort of method acting themselves into reality. But with Brian Ortega, this is where I'm hammering this home right here as we are witnessing the third round of Santos and Yoel Romero. Brian Ortega did not need any method acting to play that because he was playing a guy that was from his neighborhood, that was from his city, and understood his type of lingo and everything in between. So that is a difference between somebody like Brian Ortega or Shia LaBeouf. He didn't need to method act himself into being from a gang environment. He grew up in a gang environment, and as a result, it made him a formidable fighter. It made him a very tough fighter. You look at the beating that Brian Ortega has taken in the past against Volkanovski. How was he able to do that? And the normal average man is not able to do that. But if you come from a violent and a very dangerous environment like him, there's a beautiful flying knee by Yoel Romero. You can absolutely become that beast that you need to in order to succeed in this vicious game that we know as mixed martial arts. And that is the end of that. But now let's continue on to mixed martial arts as we are witnessing 3:19, 3:18, 3:17 of the third round, the third and final round of this fight between Yoel Romero and Santos. By the way, for those of you guys that just tapped in, we are live right now. If you want to rewind back and hear my commentary on Brian Ortega's role in a tax collector, you're more than welcome to. But we are live right now as we're witnessing Yoel Romero versus Santos, 250, 249, 248, 247. And there's a low kick by Santos. $233, $232. Double jab. Oh, there's a jab. It's just a single jab by Santos. He switches stances right after. Yeah, Yoel Romero, I think, really needs to retire, right? Now, it's not that he's taking any significant damage, but he's just not competitive. Now, the type of style that Yoel Romero has, he's very hard to hit, but at the same time, on his offensive side, he's not doing enough. So as a result of that, this is honestly really showing where his age is at. Really. You know that flying knee that he took on to Chris Weidman back in 2016 in that Conor McGregor card, right? He's never going to be able to do that again. He's a little bit older now. And for him to be able to do that, man, I think he's healthy for his age. I think he looks good for his age. But for his age, he can't be at an elite level. And that's just the reality of it. It happens to all of us, man. You got to realize and understand when it is. And at damn near 50 years old, you got to think it's plausible. 110, 109, 107, 106 left into this fight. Less than a minute now. Yeah, so I got Santos winning this one. There's no way that Yoel Romero is winning this by any stretch of the imagination. If you guys think he's winning, let me know in the comments below. But Santos has been way more active, and the lack of activity that Yoel Romero has is based on his age. See, here he is. He explodes at the end, but I'm sorry, Yoel, a little too late, man. A little too late. Oh, his leg gave out. Here we go. 10 seconds left. They're rocking it at the end. There we go. And that is the end of the fight. So we go to the judges' scorecard. I'm giving this to Santos straight away. Straight away, this is Santos all the way. Be right back. All right. So I am back. So here's something I wanted to show you guys since all you guys are here. So here it is. I have mixed berry in here, right, with some brown sugar. And let me show you guys right here. So we have berry, strawberries, and brown sugar in here. One right here to blend that. As we are witnessing John Jones talk to Chael Sonnen and O'Connell. So I told you guys, I think if there's anybody out there that could make the Francis Ngannou and the John Jones fight, it would probably be the Saudis. The thing is, the UFC has to really play ball, right? Because if they don't and they decide, hey, you know what? We're not going to do it, they're not going to do it, right? No matter how much money the Saudis are willing to pour into the whole situation. No matter what, they could pour in all the money to load trucks of gold and cash. But if the UFC doesn't want to do it, they don't want to do it. But John Jones right now is saying that he's rooting for Francis to win against Anthony Joshua, as well as we all should if we are all MMA guys and we want to see our MMA guys do well in boxing. Francis Ngannou is also in attendance, sitting with Mike Tyson, his trainer, which is weird to say, right? The trainer that helped him do so good against Tyson Fury. So he's talking about the Tom Aspinall fight that everybody wants to see him in. John Jones just said, breaking news, he will beat Francis Ngannou, Stipe Miocic, and Tom Aspinall. John Jones laughing away right now. It's kind of cool of the UFC to allow John Jones to be up here, if you really think about it. But at the same time, they are both ESPN uh, affiliates, so why would they not? They said it's the biggest Bellator card in history. I sort of believe that. I mean, with the card that they have to go match this again in the future to a certain degree. O'Connell says he wants to see Francis Ngannou versus John Jones. Don't we all? And he said he wants to see it soon. Chael said he'd love to see them arm wrestle each other. Nimkov up next. I'm excited for this matchup. Bruno Ferreira taking on Nemkov. Oh no, I'm sorry. Bruno Capoloza, I'm sorry. Taking on Nemkov here for the next matchup for the light heavyweight championship of the world in PFL and Bellator. This setup looks like the match setup that they had for the Andy Ruiz versus Anthony Joshua rematch. It may probably even be the same facility. So let's go over tonight's entire card for Bellator, right? The ones that have already passed. Let's go to Tapology, the most trusted news in all of fighting sports, right? So here we have, right here, we have in the beginning of the night, we had Malik Bashil taking on Vinicius Paris, and this was a win for Mikhail by decision. And then we had Abdullah Kanta earlier in the night, standing TKO. A split decision by Clarissa Shields. I mean, she really got the A-side treatment in this one, right? But nonetheless, great matchup for her. Here's the thing that I've noticed about Clarissa Shields, right? Something I told my friend earlier today. I thought it was worth sharing with you guys. Let me see what I so this is what I said to my buddy earlier today, right? This is what I said. So I was telling her, like, hey, Clarissa just fought MMA in Saudi Arabia in a PFL card. She got out wrestled by another American fighter, and then he asked, did she lose? I said, well, she got the Saudi treatment decision. She was getting mounted Khabib style, and they gave her a Canelo judge's gift in this MMA match. Well, good on her. I'd like to see her, Clarissa Shields, rematch that English girl she boxed, Marshall. And Marshall can go train with Aspinall since he's the champ, and they have a very well-rounded English team. And Marshall can do it. Clarissa is very vulnerable in MMA. She doesn't even have knockout power in boxing, let alone offer that as a Conor McGregor Wilder problem solver. So, I think Clarissa Shields still has a lot to prove in MMA, but she also has a lot to learn. And yeah, that's that. So let's see here. As for Biago Walsh, the grandson, by the way, of Muhammad Ali, takes on Emmanuel Palicio, and he had a decision in that one. He showed a little bit of everything. They were mentioning in a commentary, they wanted him to sort of run the rounds in this one, right? Go to a decision, sort of do a little bit of everything. And there you have it. Eric Pico wins by ground and pound against Henry Corrales. AJ McKee, we were live for that one. We covered it. It was a first round submission, arm triangle. Went from a normal triangle into an arm triangle, which was quite interesting, to say the least, and showed AJ McKee's BJJ skills, right? I mean, this is we know this guy to be a wrestler. We know that he's got dynamic striking, but when it comes to jiu-jitsu, I mean, we never really knew AJ McKee of being that type of guy. And then obviously Yoel Romero, we just covered it. We just watched it right now. We were watching the entire fight before your very eyes, and here we are. Now here we are in the next matchup with Vadim Nemkov taking on Bruno Capozzella. So far, let's see who's been winning so far. AJ McKee, that's a win for Bellator. A win for Thiago Santos, that's a win for PFL. So now they're tied. Yeah, so they're tied at the current moment of time. After this fight, who is the next one after this fight? Right here. Ray Cooper and Jason Jackson. That's a good one. And an Impa Kasangai taking on Johnny Eblin. That's another good one. Undefeated Johnny Eblin, by the way. And Henan Ferreira taking on Ryan Bader. That's going to be a good one. So here we are. Now we are being announced Vadim Nemkov and then Bruno next. And we are about to commence battle in just less than a few seconds. Here we go. Bruno Capozzella. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. Round one, here we go. .445, 443, 442 of the first round, spinning around Nemkov. Champion versus champion matchup. A once-in-a-lifetime event in MMA while we are having UFC Mexico tonight. Who has the better card? Would you say PFL probably beats out Bellator in this one when it comes to cards, huh? Here we go. Vadim Nemkov goes for a single leg. Now they go into a scramble right into the clinch in by the cage. 405, 404, 403, 402. First round. Switches him around by the cage. Nemkov has him in a double wizard. While he's got underhooks, Bruno's got underhooks on him, releases away. Yeah, that was an interesting decision on his part. I wonder why he decided to let that go. Maybe because of the wizard that Nemkov was applying on him. See, sometimes when you have somebody locked up in a wizard and it looks like an underhook position on their end, it depends on how tight you're holding it, that perhaps maybe he just didn't want that smoke in that clinch position. Here we go. Double jab by Nemkov. Double jab by Nemkov right there. He snaps his head back in that shot. Oh, this is a heavyweight fight. So if this is a heavyweight fight, then what makes the Ryan Bader versus Ferreira fight if this is for the heavyweight championship? That's interesting. You go circles away, Nemkov. Fedor Emelianenko in the corner of Nemkov. What a great coach to have behind you, right? One of the greatest of all time in the heavyweight division, mind you. One-two jab and a head kick by Nemkov right there. 212, 211, 210, 209, 208, 207 of the first round. What do you guys think? Who do you guys give this to in the first round? You're going to give this to Nemkov? 2 minutes left. 159, 157, 156, 155. Putting some combinations together by Nemkov there. Real great timing on Nemkov. Another jab. Sort of like a swing and jab in a way right there, and still gets it in there. And there's a straight jab right there and a great footwork by Nemkov. Low kick by Nemkov now. Good job. 1-2 by Nemkov. Double jab. Spinning back fist by Nemkov right there. Good job. sort of had a little bit of a slip there. Another jab by Nemkov. High kick by Nemkov right there. Another jab. Yeah, so he's really just debilitating him with these jabs in terms of his movement. You see and you notice the way that he's backing him up against the black lines. And Nemkov is also really taking the center of the octagon. There it is, 1-2, and a head kick right there by Nemkov. Yeah, he's got a real great jab. Man, probably the best jab I've seen in a heavyweight division since, well, Tom Aspinall, right? I wonder what John Jones thinks of this matchup right now as he's sitting cage side with his all Saudi Galabeya outfit. There it is, a little counter by Nemkov there. 10 seconds left. Oh, spinning kick, spinning heel kick by Nemkov. There it is, the end of the first round. So who do you guys give that to? I'd say I'm going to give that to Nemkov. So they got a ring embedded into that belt. It's quite sick, right? Sort of like a championship ring in a certain way. Yeah, the announcer's definitely right on that. He can definitely just win fights by just doing 1-2s. Here we go, round 2. Bruno Capoloza taking on Nemkov, round 2 right here. Catches a kick and throws a head kick on his own right there. Four 18, 4 17, 4 16. Low kick by Nemkov right there. Now less than a minute left. Well, 1 minute gone actually on the second round. It's got him backing away in that one. Little head kick attempt by Capoloza there. 1-2 once again by Nemkov, but he rocks Nemkov in that one. All right, he woke him up in that one. Now Nemkov gets back into the clinching position. And gets into to a takedown right into half guard position by Nemkov here. Now we got 3:17, 3:15 left into the second round. He's looking for an arm triangle here. It looks like he's got him right here. He's got him dead to rights right here. He's got him in a full mount position. Now he gets right into the mount, he's out. He took him out. Wow. He put him to sleep. Amazing. He put him to sleep right there. Great job on Nemkov on that one. What a great way to put him to sleep. Transitions from the full guard position and right into the side control of the arm triangle and chokes him out to where he puts him to sleep. Great job, Nemkov. And now we're going to await the official announcement. So there it is. It was just a single leg. He goes from a single leg. And was it a single leg? Yeah, it is a single leg, but then he transitions into a half guard and then transitions into a full mount position, locks in that arm triangle. After he's mounted, he switches it over into the side control position and into the arm triangle. And literally, he doesn't even tap. He puts him to sleep. I got to tell you, man, to put somebody to sleep with an arm triangle choke takes a lot of strength. Kudos to Nemkov on that one. And we knew this was going to be a decision. I'm sorry, not a decision. Obviously, it's heavyweight fighting, right? These guys throw everything that they have. But what makes it even more devastating is the fact that he put him to sleep with a submission. Here we go, the official decision right now. We'll be right back after his in-ring ceremony of his belt being wrapped around his waist. Let's watch this. Yeah, so what a great shot for Nemkov right there. What did Emron say there? The tax collector. Shut the fuck up. The LaBouffe gonna do. Baby gangsters. Gang environment versus war zone. Kai doing movie reviews like he's Cisco and Ebert. Hey, man, I do it all, man. You know what I mean? It ties into the fight tonight. Obviously, Brian Ortega is fighting in UFC Mexico tonight. So live from Chicago. That's what's up. Chicago tapping in. How about that shot of Mike Tyson and Fedor Emelianenko? Well, obviously, because that's his trainer standing right there as he is receiving the ring. And he should have retired after Adesanya. Who's that? Yeah, so that was, I gotta tell you, man, that now I think, what is that? So Bellator, what is the score right now then? Bellator one, one for PFL, one for Bellator, so that's two. Okay, so 2-1. I guess you could score that as 2-1. 2-1 right now. Yeah, Yoel Romero lost earlier tonight. So far, yeah, Bellator 2 and 2 versus 1 right now in the scorecards in his Bellator versus PFL card. And obviously we're gonna cover UFC Mexico later on tonight, headlined by Brandon Royval and Brandon Moreno. That Iraqi fighter Al-Bazzi was supposed to be the one fighting in this main card in the headline of UFC Mexico, but that's not the case. So he was injured, and then Royval came in, and obviously Yair Rodriguez versus Brian Ortega, the tax collector guy that was in this. So No Chill MMA. Nice to find your channel. I have subscribed. Also started making videos. That's what's up, No Chill MMA. Thank you for tapping in, my man. And don't forget to like and subscribe, share, like, tell a friend, and watch till the end because you never know what I'm going to talk about in here. Right? We're talking about MMA, but for out of nowhere, I may just talk about world politics. I may just talk about street politics. I may just talk about things that go on in the world of business in terms of MMA. Maybe we can collaborate one day, inshallah. So here comes Ray Cooper now coming out. The next matchup is going to be Ray Cooper versus, who is this? Jason Jackson. So that's going to be a good one right there. Next matchup coming up right now. My man said, have fun on the stream. That's what's up, Team Bellator. So you like Bellator better? Do you like Bellator better because they are a better organization, or do you just like their fighters there more? My man Emron says 8 years ago. Well, No Chill MMA, I got to tell you the reason for the elbow rule in the PFL is because what they have going on, my man, is they have sort of a tournament format. So what they want to do is preserve the fighters in going into these matchups month after month in order for them to sustain this type of tournament format. So that's the only reason why. But nonetheless, I think that it does rehabilitate your skills, though, not adding that into the fold. So here we go. Jason Jackson, Team Bellator, taking on Ray Cooper III, Team PFL. And we are now watching the entrance. Thank you to all those that are tapping in tonight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And right now we are witnessing the walkout of Jason Jackson. That is true. But an elbow can cut you so easily. Have you ever sparred no chill MMA? Um, let me know if you've ever sparred or had any fights or anything like that. An elbow can really cut you so easily. But again, I don't like it. It's not aesthetically pleasing. I don't like the fact that a guy can just lay there and get elbowed and then you won't know. I mean, I don't know. It's like you sort of know that, man, there's the elbow right there that could present itself. You know what I mean? And it's like, and you're not going to hit him with it. I don't know, man. It's sort of frustrating to see. I get what you mean. But I don't know if a hook can, necessarily cut you, as worse as an elbow, because if you look right here, right, your elbow is literally like the sharpest part of your body. This literally right here is like a blade, coming at you, as opposed to a hook, which is like just, a solid matter at hand. And then you have gloves on. I mean, yeah, it's no comparison. So now Ray Cooper III is walking out right now. Some sort of Hawaiian music he's coming out to. But no lie, I do like the soccer kicks, though. I enjoyed that during the Pride FC days. Here we go. Ray Cooper and Jason Jackson are about to be introduced. All right. Jason Jackson is being announced right now. All right. Bellator champion Jason Jackson. The ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson. Now his opponent, Ray Cooper. I wonder how these guys would do against UFC guys, but I almost feel like we sort of know the answer to that, right? Or do we? Because you got to remember when when Strikeforce, which was a precursor to Bellator, when they came into the UFC, a lot of their guys started taking the belts. So you never know. Here we go. Ray Cooper the third. All right, round one. Here we go. That is a massive reach for a welterweight. 79 inches for Jason Jackson. Hard low kick. 420, 419, 418, 417. Big hook by Cooper there. Low kick by Jackson. Here we go. 351, 350. Yeah, that is Cooper's whole entire game that he needs to do right now. He needs to land hard against Jackson. Power hook by Ray Cooper, the third right here. Yeah, already bruising right there, and it's just a little under 4 minutes now. Yeah, using the long range of Jackson right now. Yeah, I wonder how he'd do against Leon Edwards, right? Considering the type of range that he has. Leon Edwards obviously uses a lot of good range, but as you would imagine, Jason Jackson could probably just equalize that same range as well that Leon Edwards uses. But again, this is why we have these matchups, because we're interested to know how they do against. Another low kick right there. I think he's really debilitating Ray Cooper right there with those hard shots, really damaging his legs in that one. Double leg attempt by Ray Cooper right there. 213, 211, 210. Knees by Jackson right there. Attempts a double leg takedown from the fence, gets it. Great wrestling by Jason Jackson. Now he's got him in a full guard position as Ray Cooper has him in a wizard on the bottom. Jason Jackson getting out of the wizard right there. Sort of putting his hands in his face. Now he's stacking him up. Trying to wrist control Ray Cooper into that full guard position. Goes for the body as he is in the full guard position. All right, less than a minute left. Yeah, that is a good strategy, him smothering him like that. Yeah, Cooper's not really trying to exert a lot of energy in this one because he really wants to. But at the same time, he's getting elbowed right now. He could get finished. He got saved by the bell in that one. First round's on Jason all the way. Here we go, round two. Oh, he's got him down right there. He's about to finish him. He is about to finish him right there. Finished by Jason Jackson. Real great finish. He looks over to Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson obviously congratulates him. Great win by Jason Jackson. All right. Real awesome win by Jason Jackson in that one. Again, the leg kicks are some of the most effective weapons to use in MMA. In mixed martial arts in general, it is the most effective weapon to use. And Jason Jackson not only used his length to his advantage, but also used a lot of his technical abilities in those kicks. Yeah, and Ray Cooper thought that he was just going to be able to outpower him with some power shots. And sometimes those single shots are really outweigh those big shots. So only 8 out of 10 total strikes by Ray Cooper. Here he is. He was in the volume of Jason Jackson, had about 62 strikes thrown, 51 of them connected in this whole entire fight. All right. So as we are enjoying the win of Jason Jackson here, let's react to this little breaking news they have going on here. Let's see what this is about.
4 people are killed, 6 others injured in a mass shooting at a backyard party in Fresno, California. Good morning. I'm Chris Ragg.
And I'm Mary Kelby. Thanks for starting your day with us. That shooting happened as the victims were watching a football game.
Police say the suspect snuck into the party. CBS News' Laura Podesta has more.
Stretchers and ambulances filled the street of a Fresno neighborhood overnight after 10 people were shot at a backyard football party.
On November 17, 2019, a group of about 30 individuals were gathered at 5361 East Lamona Avenue in Fresno, California. Friends and family were all gathered to watch a football game in the backyard.
Shout outs to Jason Jackson. Great win on that one. And we're reacting to this news right now. That's sort of, well, not near me. Obviously, I'm in Northern California right now. This was in Central California.
At some point in the night, the women and children in attendance all moved inside the house to continue watching the game, and the men remained outside in the backyard. Out of the 30 individuals, 29 were all innocent law-abiding citizens, but one of the men was a former gang member from the Asian Crips. The Asian Crips have been established in Fresno since the early 90s. A large majority of the members are of Hmong descent. Formerly known as Asian Connection, apparently.
Yeah, they definitely do got a lot of Hmongs and Thais and Vietnamese people in the Fresno area for sure. Yeah, that is like their territory right there.
The original leader was Vietnamese. We haven't really seen too many rappers come out of this hood, but one notable one is Frontline Richie.
When that child shaking, I'm out the way, get into it while you stuck in Haiti. Talking about the money shit that you ain't even making. Being up this road with a load, hoping that I make it. And he blood begging, ducking when that child.
All the Northern California and Southern California rap, they have this walk, 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 walk sound to it. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
I'm out the way, get into it while you stuck in Haiti. Talking about some money shit that you ain't even making. Being up this road with a load, hoping that I make it.
The Asian Crips have a few enemies such as MOD, also known as Menace of Destruction, URC, also known as Unknown Regulator Crew, and MBS, also known as Mongolian Boys Society. If you're enjoying the video, leave it a like because it helps me with the algorithm. Also, I'm going to be live tonight on YouTube at 6 p.m. PST, so I hope to see football game gathering. The Asian Crips had murdered a member from the Mongolian Boys Society by the name of Randy Zhang. MBS orchestrated a hood meeting that same.
Yeah, congratulations to Jason Jackson on that one. Next matchup that we're waiting on right now is, what is the next matchup right here? Oh, okay, Impa Kasungai versus the undefeated Johnny Eblen. That's going to be a good one. I'm definitely waiting for that particular matchup. So this matchup right here, I think this is going to be a 50-50 matchup. Everybody thinks that Johnny Eblen is just going to come in here and easily do the work. That's just because he's undefeated, right? But Impa Kasungai, we don't know his ceiling or the limits that he was able to reach. So, yeah, back to the video reaction that I was just doing.
Night after Randy got killed because they wanted revenge. They got word that a large group of people were gathering to watch a football game and that some of the members were from the Asian Crips. Giovanni Delgado, Fo Bang, and Johnny Zhang were allegedly assigned as lookouts. Their job was to post up on adjacent street corners and alert the shooters if they spotted any police. Once the group of MBS members got to the house party, the 3 lookouts got into position while the other gang members found a way into the backyard through an unlocked gate. Once the shooters were in the backyard,
I mean, this right here, I got to tell you, obviously is going to bring premeditated murder charges on your part, right? Considering the fact that you planned the whole thing and there's obviously, yeah, a plan that they're presenting to you guys right now. So
they started dumping shots into the crowd of people. 4 people were killed and at least 10 were injured. MBS was heavily misinformed on how many Asian Crip members would be in attendance that night because only 1 former member got killed. The other 3 were completely innocent. Apparently, 2 of them were famous singers in the Hmong community. On December 17th, Billy Zhang was arrested for male theft, and during this arrest,
You know what's crazy about this? I guarantee you that all of their relatives and their aunties and grandmas probably play mahjong with each other, but at the same time, they just decide that they're not going to be friends and go off each other. But yeah, that's the gang politics of California for you.
Authorities recovered a Glock that was used in the mass shooting.
Billy Zhang stood in court next to his attorney in what will be the most minor offenses he's facing. Even though these are felony counts of identity theft related to stealing mail, he's expected to face charges Friday of homicide, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and gang and gun enhancements. Zhang is one of 6.
Hey, how about this? They're actually trying to open a PFL league up in Egypt. That's quite interesting. But okay, back to this video.
Answering for the mass shooting that injured 10 and killed 4. Johnny Zhang's home was one of 19 warrants served by investigators on December 26th. Schwab says the car was taken as evidence along with countless items, including phones and computers, that may help prosecutors prove he was involved.
Billy and Johnny Zhang are not related. However, Billy is related to the MBS gang member that got killed earlier that night before the football party. Billy was undeniably linked to this crime, allegedly, and several other arrest warrants were issued, which eventually led to the arrest of El-Kheer Lee, Anthony Montez, and El-Kheer. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing any of these names.
I don't think you are. You probably pronounce them as perfectly as you can. Just saying.
Police are saying El-Kheer is the alleged mastermind behind this entire operation. However, prosecutors are pushing for the death penalty on El-Kheer Anthony.
Look at this guy in the middle. Obviously, the guy in the middle would be the culprit of the whole entire thing. Why would he not be? I mean, look at him. Does he not speak out leader to you out of everybody? I mean,
and pork. Even though the state of California has put a ban on death penalties as of right now, the state can still put you on death row just in case the ban ever gets lifted. Due to how complicated this case is, there have been many delays and nobody has been sentenced yet, even though this took place nearly 5 years ago. El-Kheer Lee, Anthony Montez, Billy Zhang, and El-Kheer are...
Ain't nothing girly about this guy, but it's quite a interesting little pun there.
Being charged with 4 counts of murder and 14 counts of attempted murder and conspiracy. The lookout drivers Delgado, Vang, and Johnny Zhang are being charged with conspiring to commit murder in aid of racketeering. This is a classic example of being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, definitely right about that. Wrong place, wrong time. That's just what it is. Just like in MMA, guys, right? The best way I could relate this with MMA. Oh, by the way, because I was going to talk about Tax Collector, I'm also going to react to a video with Shia LaBeouf joining the Sureños and whatnot after he had filmed the Tax Collector movie. So maybe we could just get to that right now as we are waiting for Impa Kasangai to get in a cage with Johnny Eblen right now, which is basically the co-main event for this event. So we got about 2 fights left for Bellator versus PFL, and then after that we have the UFC Mexico card, which is going to be quite an interesting card. Obviously, Brian Ortega is quite an interesting person, obviously, after he was in the Tax Collector. So here we are. Let's see here.
This bobblehead is just ridiculous. And did you notice who it is? That's right, none other than the man who will make this country great.
Shia LaBeouf, also known as Creeper from Harpies 13, Shia LaBeouf is famously known for acting, giving us movies like Transformers, Even Stevens, and Holes. But before the fame, Shia LaBeouf grew up poor, raised in Echo Park with his mother. Shayna said she would struggle to make ends meet, selling fabrics and brooches. So while his mother was at work, he would be hanging out in Echo Park with.
Yeah, that's the young Shia LaBeouf right there, as we are waiting on Impa Kasungai and Johnny Eblin to enter the cage right now.
Various Southside street gangs. The Harpies gang is a long-standing Hispanic street gang located in the West Adams district of South Los Angeles. The heart of their neighborhood stretches from Figueroa and Normandy Avenue between Washington and Jefferson Boulevard. The Vario Harpies started during the 1960s, and according to police, the Harpies have over 200 active members in Dead End and Wild Branch. These are two subsets of the Harpies gang. It's unknown which set Shia LaBeouf claims, but it is believed that he started his gang-banging adventure when he landed his role in the movie The Tax Collector, following the same path as Lloyd Avery and Dedrick D from Boys in the Hood.
And this is what I was referring to earlier when I said that this is what happens when actors turn into, I guess, a life of crime or join a gang based on the method acting they're doing. But we're right now witnessing Johnny Eblin walk into the cage. Let's finish up this video.
Getting invested in LA's gang culture and building a name within the Harpies, going as far as getting his gang tattooed with the name Creeper and the number 13 on his face to show his loyalty to the Mexican mafia, and the gang's hand sign displaying the letter H for the Harpies. This is a very unusual case.
Well, here's the thing, right? They say that it's an unusual case, but at the same time, it's sort of like, man, how do I say this in a very non-political, in a politically correct way, rather? When you end up, let's say, in the suburbs, or when you end up in corporate America, or even in military sectors, right? I got to tell you, I understand there's this stigma about guys in the gang world that go out and snitch on each other or anything like that. I understand that. But honestly, for a lot of these guys, and not to take away anything from what they do, but a lot of these guys feel a certain sense of brotherhood that you're just not going to get anywhere else. So if you see an unusual case like this of an actor who's a multi-millionaire, a guy who was in Transformers doing something like that, you got to think to yourself, maybe he's just looking for something that Hollywood couldn't give him. Just saying, I saw this meme a long time ago that said something to the effect of, the only people that will really go out and help you are the poor ones, right? Because the rich people just have their own thing going on. They can't be bothered with. But yeah, that's it. That's the most that I got on that particular subject. So now we are concentrating on Impa Kasungai versus Johnny Eblin right now. The fights are about to commence. So, and after this, we have Brandon Ferreira against Ryan Bader. Check out the breakdowns that I did in the beginning of the stream. If you guys want to check out all the breakdowns for this particular card from top to bottom, including the pro MMA debut of the grandson of Muhammad Ali, Nico Ali Walsh, Biago Ali Walsh, to be exact, because Nico Ali Walsh is his brother who's a boxer. So all right, Johnny Eblin has now been announced, and we are now waiting on the PFL champion, Impa Kasungai. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. All right, here we go. 4:55, 4:54, 4:53 of the first round. Low kick by Johnny Eblen. Nice single leg takedown by Johnny Eblen right there. Straight away gets a single leg. Okay, now he's got him backed up against the fence right now. Now he's going chest to chest in the fence right now. Still has him in a clinch position right here. Good knee by Johnny Eblen. Here we go. Yeah, he ate a couple of elbows in that scenario right there. Double jab by Eblen right there. No, low kick. 242, 241, 239 of the first round. Yeah, real good out offense from Eblen so far. I'm going to have to give the first round for Eblen if Kasangai doesn't rock him hard or take him down, right? Obviously, he had the takedown here. He's taken control of the cage. But we have 205, 204, 203 left of the first round. $255, $254. Yeah, definitely Johnny Eblen's cardio is off the chains right here. 135, 134, 133 of the first round. Oh, a little hook right there. There we go. A little combination by Johnny right there, following up with a kick. You know, just like with the Yoel Romero and the Thiago Santos fight earlier, right? What you had going on was Thiago Santos turning it up as they were sort of slowing down from the very beginning, but then turning it up when he was getting comfortable in there. I think you're going to see this fight in particular turn up when, let's say, the rounds sort of, settle in. Yeah, they're going to get comfortable, get settled in, and next thing you know, they're going to start throwing a little bit more bombs in the second or third round with 10 seconds left in the first round right now. Yeah, hard round to score. I'm going to give it to Eblin just based on the takedowns. But again, these days, a lot of people don't really rate takedowns as much as they should, but we'll see. Yeah, the first round for sure, I'm going to have to give to Johnny Eblin. If you guys think differently, write on the comments below and let me know what you guys think. All right, round two, we're about to commence. Here we go, round two. Oh, he rocks Johnny Eblin there. Johnny Eblin gets rocked. I'm telling you, there's a possible. Oh, he got him with an uppercut. Now he's got Eblin in a crank. Oh, he could finish Eblin right here. He is about to finish Eblin. He is about to finish Eblin. I told you guys that the volume was going to turn up as this fight was going to go on. Yeah, Johnny Eblin has to work really hard in this, and he is working very hard at this after getting rocked like that. Oh, he rocks Johnny Eblin again, and he's throwing combinations at him towards the cage. Another hook. They're swinging away right now. Johnny Eblin is about to get finished. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Johnny Eblin is about to be finished. He's got him in a plum. He's got to throw that knee in there. Now Johnny Eblin tries to go for a double leg. Kasungai is protecting himself in that position right now. Trying to posture up. Trying to spread his legs. Trying to stop him from taking him down. And then Eblin transitions into a single leg. And Kasungai's corner tells him to put his foot on the ground. Here we go. A little knees by Johnny Eblin there. Doesn't really hurt, but obviously gives you a little bit of some points. Halfway through the round number 2 of this fight. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are witnessing Bellator versus PFL with a possible upset as we are watching this right now. Little body lock by Johnny Eblin right here. And gets the body lock on him and then takes him down. Great. Yeah, great counter by Johnny Eblin there to counter him getting rocked like that. You obviously using the grappling to sort of get him out of trouble here. Now he's got the back of Kasungai, but has half of his legs wrapped a potential twister that Johnny Eblen may be going for here, which, by the way, was done by Zombie, Korean Zombie, if you guys remember. Now he's in a full guard position. Yeah, just less than a minute left for round number 2. Little elbow by Johnny Eblen there. 29 seconds left. 26, 25, 24 of the second round. Corner tells him to keep doing it. Seems to work. Here we go. And that is the end of the second round right there. So Johnny Eblen finishes being on top, but did he win that? Now that's what is really interesting and different right here in this fight. So here we go. Here we go. He rocks Johnny Eblen here a few times with a few uppercuts and some hooks that he was able to rock him with. Brings him down. Boom, right there. As he goes down on the ground, he follows it up with a ground strike. Just clean striking. But obviously, Johnny Eblen was able to end a round with being able to take him down and neutralize him there as normally as he does. Huh? What? To be delivered? Yeah, but I'm still streaming. Well, I don't know. A while. Who's getting delivered? All right, here we go. Round number 3, 420, 419. Four 11, 410, 409, 407, 403, 402, 401. A little combination by Johnny Eblen there. 1-2 by Johnny Eblen. Jab by Kasungai. 336, 335, 334, 333 of the second round. 1-2 by Johnny Eblen. Misses. Jab by Kasungai. 325, 324. Little overhand right by Kasungai. 321, 319. Good combination by Johnny Eblen. Not only is he a great grappler, but also shows the prowess of his striking abilities. Ooh, 1-2 by Johnny Eblen right there. Good shot. 236, 235, 233 of the third round, the third and final round. I don't know why they didn't make this a 5-round fight when this is a championship fight, but nonetheless, I think that has something to do with just the time management of the event, because it is rather unusual to win a championship belt based on a 3-rounder, but I guess they make exceptions to the rule when it's a co-promotional fight of some sort. 206, 205, 204, 203. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering this fight and giving you some live action and commentaries and a whole bunch of other different conversations from the world around you. Like and subscribe. Don't forget to tell a friend to tell a friend. Inshallah. Here we go. 243, 241, 140. Here comes Johnny Eblen with a double leg takedown. Takes Kasangai down to the ground. Tries to transition. He's in a half guard position. 90 seconds, less than 90 seconds left of this fight. He's really controlling that bottom leg right there, preventing him from trying to stand up. Kasangai's trying his best to stand up. Now Johnny Eblen has his back up against the cage. Strong body lock. Yeah, definitely the fatigue is setting in for Kasangai, and he's going in for the choke right here. He could get this right here. All Johnny Eblen needs to do, he's got the figure 4 body lock on. And here's the thing, for those that don't train jiu-jitsu or don't train any compository sport of MMA, please understand, when somebody has a figure 4 like this wrapped around your body, it's really hindering a lot of your breathing patterns. And in turn, it's interrupting a lot of the movements that you're trying to do or transition from one to the next. Now you see the panic that is setting in with Kasangai right now. And he's throwing elbows from the back while Johnny Eblen was throwing punches from the... Yeah, well, great little exchange right there with the back and forth in the ground. So yeah, as I was saying, guys, if you don't train jiu-jitsu or MMA, I'm telling you, once they get that body lock on you, they're really debilitating a lot of your breathing. All right, and then after this is the main event tonight, which is Ryan Bader versus Renan Ferreira. And then after this is the UFC card. So what a great way to transition one card to the next, right? Thank you for all those that have tapped in and subscribed from around the world. Let me know where you guys are from. Tap in. Let me know your zip code and your location to the city that you guys are at from around the world. And share, like. Don't forget to tell a friend, because I'm having a great time watching these fights with you guys right now, like a true, real MMA fan should, right? Great day for MMA. I don't think anybody in YouTube right now is covering both Bellator and UFC in the same day. I'm still going to stay here for a really long hour of stream into the UFC card, just so you guys know. MMA Guru ain't doing that. I don't think Lucas MMA Tracy does that. Although, to be fair, I don't think he does lives. I don't think Jesse on Fire does that. And to be fair, he doesn't really do that. If he does, then he'll just cut it off like somewhere in the middle and not really care about it. But hey, I'm just trying to come up, trying to get paid, trying to do what I do in this YouTube game. Help me with that. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we are awaiting the decision between Kasangai versus Johnny Eblen. And we await the decision right now. 2018, the day after UFC 298. Now, what's significant about that? On that same day of February 17th, 2024, we were supposed to have the undisputed championship for Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. Obviously, that didn't go down because of a bad cut that Tyson Fury had received on his sparring session during the training camp, which in turn canceled the fight, and therefore we are left with the lackluster conclusion that we still don't have an undisputed champion in boxing in the heavyweight division ever since Lennox Lewis. So that in and of itself is a disappointment, but at the same time. All right, here we go. Let's find out the decision for this one. 29-28 for Eblen. Kasungai. Winner by split decision. Johnny Eblen wins a split decision. All right. Hard-fought win for Johnny Eblen in that one. Good job. Now we're on to the main event. Watch how you talk when you talk about me, because I'll come and take your life. They got many men playing in the background in Saudi Arabia. Me, dog, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, dog. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky. Yeah, real good, real good win for Johnny Eblen. Look, this is one of those situations where you're sort of waiting for Johnny Eblen to be tested, right? So here you are. You know, he's being tested, and he got rocked a few times in here. Was able to come back strong, but at the same time, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Now the super champ. Johnny Eblen says sometimes you got to get knocked down in life, get right back up in there and do the damn thing. Yeah, great. He said he was just surviving for a little bit. He's trying to gather his wits and did exactly what he needed to do to win this fight. He said that this fight is going to hold a special part of his fight, and he thanks that he's fought in Saudi Arabia. Johnny Eblen says he can't believe he's here right now. B. All right. And there's Mike Tyson. I think he's supposed to congratulate all the fighters tonight that won the super belt. So this is, you talk about me, because I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men wish death upon me, dog. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. All the Saudi crowd loving Johnny Eblen right now. All right. Now the main event of the evening. And they got a little throne for them to sit on as well. It's like he was about to walk backstage. He's like, nope, not yet. There it is. So Bellator seems to really be winning this one. Dan Hardy said that Chael Sonnen is going to have one of those flags in the back of his truck next week. The Bellator flags that they're planting on to, Henan Ferreira and Ryan Bader are about to commence soon. Here we go. All right, and we are awaiting Ryan Bader versus Henan Ferreira right now. I would be very surprised if Ryan Bader doesn't take him down in this fight. In all honesty, if Ryan Bader fails to take him down in this fight, I think that Henan Ferreira is going to have a very easy night. But if Ryan Bader can take him down to the ground and neutralize him, he doesn't have a chance at all, in my humble opinion. But we'll see. Ryan Bader has took on Lyoto Machida, Fedor, Rampage, Rashad Evans, John Jones. And John Jones is in the building tonight. How about this scenario, right? What if Ryan Bader is the one that beats Francis Ngannou? What does that look like for the brand of the UFC, considering that he's the lineal champion, never been beaten by that belt, and then comes into the PFL and gets beat by somebody like Ryan Bader? And by the way, Ryan Bader wasn't even in the mix of possibly fighting Francis Ngannou at all because of organizational differences and politics that are involved in that. So, see, and they're even sort of promoting this as the winner gets Francis Ngannou, as if Francis Ngannou doesn't have a tough task ahead of him in the boxing world against Anthony Joshua. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Really interesting. They are now about to enter the cage. It is Ryan Bader that is first entering into the cage. Yeah, so I noticed everyone has a uniformed type of gear going on, right? Where if you notice that Ryan Bader has the same type of gear that Johnny Eblin had on earlier, and so does the PFL. They have their own gear as well. And then there's Francis Ngannou right now looking on as he is about to watch his future opponents. One of these guys are going to be his future opponents while he's getting ready for a boxing match with Anthony Joshua. Henan Ferreira. know what he's walking out to. Sounds like Brazilian hip hop of some sort. Yeah, huge guy, real huge heavyweight. We're talking about like 6'7" or something like that. Now, I don't know if this is French rap or Portuguese rap, but quite interesting. If anybody knows what music this is that he's walking out to, but it's probably, who knows, probably one of his homeboys or whatever from Brazil. He's like, hey man, put me on this. It's like, all right, I'll walk out to your song. No problem. Let's do it. And 3 rounds of action once again. All these fights were 3 rounds. And right after this, we have UFC next, obviously. Ryan Bader is being introduced right now in the blue corner, and I believe Renan Ferreira is going to be in the red corner as he's being announced right now. Problema, Renan Ferreira. Here we go. Main event, PFL. Kerry Hatley. Yeah, real serious size disadvantage for Ryan Bader here, but he's going to go commence at it anyways. Here we go. Round 1. All right, and they go to work. Round 1. So I'm wondering what I'm going to do in between now till the UFC, since I'm going to cover the entire UFC card as well. But here we go. Round 1 of Ryan Bader and Ryan Ferreira. I'm probably just going to... Oh, he just rocked Ryan Bader. Ryan Bader is about to get finished. Wow, he's finished. Wow, just like that. Real quick finish. Real quick finish by Ryan Ferreira, by Renan Ferreira right there. And Francis Ngannou looks impressed. Why should he not be impressed, right? Yeah, this is the thing with these PFL guys, man. You know, you just don't know when they are coming. And, man, just really amazing there. Amazing win for Ferreira there. And a total domination, too. I told you guys, if Ryan Bader is not able to take him down, he's going to get finished. And here we are. Great win for Renan Ferreira here. Yeah, the damage was done on the chin right there. I think this guy, Henan Ferreira, he's going to present a lot of problems to Francis Ngannou just based on his height alone. I don't recall Francis Ngannou ever fighting anybody this tall. Have you? If you have, let me know. So what Ryan went for here was a low kick, and obviously sometimes low kicks can really expose you to some heavy punches, which is what you've seen here. Great win for Ferreira on this one. On Jamal Hill for the undisputed 205 championship of the world for UFC 300. Now, I'm going to tell you why a lot of people are not really fond of this particular matchup. And not only that, really, just the best way to really put it is you have to curb your expectations when it comes to mixed martial arts and combat sports in total. I've always said that the staple of combat sports are the boring fights that happen every week throughout every different fight nights. You want to know why? Because they are the ones that build the future matchups. The fact that you want to see Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence before they even happened was predicated on the constant building of these guys on their way up through their promotions and through the different matchups that they were tested for them to have that one big fight that everybody had anticipated for a long time. The difference, though, is that you're not going to always get it. Here's another example in time of when you've always gotten what you wanted to see. For example, how about when Kamaru Usman went and took on Khamzat Chimaev, by the way, at 11 days notice, the same type of 11 days notice that Volkanovski got, which ended up becoming his ultimate demise to his own career with the choices that he had made based upon just the monetary incentives that was given to him. And unfortunately, that choice he paid for by losing this coming week or this past week at UFC 298. So this once again sort of shows you where Jamal Hill is at and why he took this fight. He took this fight because nobody else was willing to take this UFC 300 main event spot. I mean, it's a very lucrative offer, especially for Leon Edwards, who was offered 3 different people, and we just don't know what happened with any of those 3 when it comes to Bilal Muhammad, with Shavkat Rakhmonov, and Khamzat Chimaev. I think we know why. The reason being is because all 3 of these guys that we had mentioned, Khamzat, Shavkat, Bilal, are all Muslim fighters. And Ramadan is cutting a little bit too close to UFC 300. In fact, from what I had noticed and what I seen, because I looked up when Ramadan is for this year, I believe it's going to start somewhere in March 9th or March 10th, and it's going to end in April 9th or April 10th, depending on, obviously, the moon and the sightings and things of that nature that is predicated on when Ramadan starts. But nonetheless, UFC 300 is at April 13th, and Ramadan is on April 9th. At the end of Ramadan, which is Eid, is going to be on April 9th. I think that's very significant to point out, but it's still really close to home for these fighters to take that fight on, right? The amount of recovery that they're going to have to do, meaning that while they are in training camp, they are practicing Ramadan at the same time. And perhaps maybe that's not what they want to do, but then there's Eid afterwards, so they don't have to worry about that. Nonetheless, that is the problem with why Leon Edwards wasn't able to host that. Now, Leon Edwards is the current champion and the current active champion at that. So it is quite important to sort of look at and say, hey, you know what? He is the guy that is a go-to for a main event at UFC 300, right? I mean, you can only pick from the champions. Now, the other side of that, and once again, I told you from the very beginning, you have to curb your expectations. Just like that show, Curb Your Enthusiasm by, I forgot the guy's name, but obviously it's an HBO show. But the reason why they call it Curb Your Enthusiasm is because this is a guy who lives in a very serious world and funny things happen to him. So you have to curb your laughter or your enthusiasm, or maybe you just get too excited and you need to be a little bit more stoic about it. Nonetheless, this correlates to that point. Curb your expectations. Because, yes, it's great that you had those moments where you had a great fight like Khamzat taking on Kamaru Usman, which is basically, I mean, lack of a better way to explain it, it's an all-star fight, right? You're not going to get that all the time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime situation, obviously, that came because of the short notice call towards Khamzat Chimaev because of Paulo Costa's illness that he had to face. So, with that in mind, a couple of things that you guys have to understand is that many people are not happy about this fight. And the other element of the reason why people are not happy of this fight is because of the comic book-like expectations that people were looking for. What do I mean by that? Comic book-like expectations. Well, let me break it down like this. When you throw out names like Brock Lesnar, Conor McGregor coming back to fight Michael Chandler, the possibility of John Jones, but then saying that he's injured or saying that he'd rather wait for Stipe Miocic, or perhaps maybe just duck Tom Aspinall the best way he can because he knows that he's a bad matchup for him. Either way, these were some of the expectations that we were going into UFC 300. Because of the UFC 100 and UFC 200. By the way, another thing that you guys have to remember about UFC 200, it didn't plan out the way that it did. This is why I say, as a combat sports observer, fan, journalist, blogger, YouTuber, you really have to curb your enthusiasm because you guys are acting like spoiled children on Christmas Day. And again, I share your sentiments, but at the same time, I also have to be very realistic with the reality that combat sports presents, which is what? You're talking about a sport that is highly susceptible to brain damage, for one, but continuous injuries. And not only that, it lends itself to these types of actions and reactions when you're training very hard and you're sparring with some of the best fighters in the world. And why am I telling you that? Because of these same situations, the hard sparring, the tough competitors that they have to deal with in their gym, these guys will get injured and injuries happen, delays happen, just like Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. And as a result, guess what? February 17th, the UFC that day won. Now, it's not a competition because we're talking about a Saudi UK card. And what I mean by Saudi UK card, I'm talking about them using their particular time frame or their particular time zone, which if you're watching it here in the West Coast, by the way, check me out right here as I am passing by the Golden Bridge. You are watching that in the morning, and then at night you are watching UFC. Well, that day you didn't have to worry about any boxing because it was just going to be Volkanovski and Ilia Topuria that day headlining that whole entire fight day. Whereas it was supposed to share that date with none other than Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. But it didn't happen. Why? Because exactly what I mentioned. This particular combat sports realm of things lends itself to continuous injuries. And not only that, you're talking about trying to bring back all these different guys that have all these big names, but then you don't stop and think Brock Lesnar is 45 years old. DC is 45 years old. That would have been a great UFC 300 card, right? Conor McGregor is sort of breaking down as he is aging in the process. So as a result, guess what? You're not going to get everything that you want. And as a result, you really have to curb your enthusiasm when it comes to these expectations that you get out of combat sports. It's very important to understand this. This is why we are where we're at. This is why a lot of people are highly disappointed at the fact that it's Alex Pereira and Jamal Hill. And by the way, Jamal Hill, I got to tell you, just like Volkanovski, I think is just walking into this fight way too quickly. They needed him. They needed Jamal Hill because they needed a champion. They needed a contender. And by the way, why did I even title this with Jamal Hill's name first? I'm going to tell you why. He's the linear light heavyweight champion of the world, whether you like it or not. These are facts. I'm sorry if you're not going to like this notion. There's a lot of truth to this notion, and you need to get over it. He's the lineal champion of the world. So this is one positivity that we can take out of this whole entire fiasco of an announcement. We can toss it up and say, yes, it's going to be competitive. And by the way, you never really know until the night of the fight. How many fight nights, how many lackluster pay-per-view lead-ups have you had where you realize that on the night of the fight, man, this thing is on and cracking. These guys are really throwing down to fade. But then you realize that all that nonchalant promotion and downing the entire fight card ended up becoming one of the best cards of the entire year. And that's usually been the entire story of many cards and many events in 2023, now heading into 2024. So there is no doubt that there's going to be magic and some firecrackers in the air when UFC 300 pops off. But leading up to it, a lot of people are going to be very disappointed. They're going to moan and groan, just like kids who have to do their schoolwork during class hours or having to face the time of when they actually have to get in there and do their homework. By the way, speaking of homework, let's check out this SS Impala right here. Chevy Impala. Look at that. Wow. All right. So you never know what you're going to get out of this channel, right? There's a few times where I've crashed into lowrider shows as I was going live on these things or while I was recording. But yeah, I urge you guys to take a look at some of my past videos and lives to check that out. But going back to it, the main theme that I need you guys to understand here is curb your expectations. Okay, what's a great example of this? Most people go into a security guard job thinking that most times they're just going to do absolutely nothing all throughout the day. This is the first thing that they think when they go into a security guard job. It's true. For the most part, most of your days as a security guard, and not that I would know anything about it, I've never worked as a security guard, but I'm just setting this as an example. Most of your days, you're really doing nothing until it really pops off. Now, I tell you what, I would have loved to have been a security guard because I love action. I love getting down into business. I love running a fade. I love getting at. Tell you what, if I was to work as a security guard, to absolutely curb my expectations. But just like that David, I don't know what the guy's name, the Curb Your Enthusiasm guy, curb your enthusiasm. I have to curb my enthusiasm, and I have to curb my expectations into what I'm going to be dealing with in the job. And what do I mean by that? Curb my expectations in two ways. Number one, you have to curb your expectations knowing that you're going to end up doing nothing all day as a security guard. But on the other end of that, you also have to check the fact that you have to be ready and alert when things pop off or when you're ready to throw down the fade. That's one of the things that you have to understand as, quote unquote, as a security guard, if and when you ever decide to take up that kind of job. But most days, you have to curb your expectations knowing that you're going to do absolutely nothing. And that is what UFC 300 is all about when it comes to El-Kheer taking on Jamal Hill. Yes, that is all there is to it. You're probably thinking to yourself, why did I just do a long pause with that? Well, let's recap about everything that I just told you. And by the way, before I do a recap, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button and like, share, tell a friend to tell a friend so that we can get up in the algorithms and recognized in the YouTube space. So here it goes. People had these high expectations for UFC 300. Why? Because everybody were throwing names around, literally names that are of comic book proportions, such as Brock Lesnar, Conor McGregor, and maybe even some old legend names that they rumored that was so ridiculous, such as Fedor Emelianenko, and then even throwing GSP in the mix, Ronda Rousey, but getting none of that. Of course, it's great that they got Kayla Harrison to take on Holly Holmes, and among other top-notch names that they have going on in that fight. For example, how about Rakic taking on, I believe, who is he taking on? He is taking on Yuri Prochazka. That's a great fight, but that would have been a great fight in any event. But that's the reason why people are disappointed, is because of that comic book proportion that people were looking for. And this is what they got in the process. Also, the other thing that they have to take into consideration is the limited champions that they had going into this particular event. I think that people made way too much noise of the reason that, hey, it's a 300 card, and therefore people have to jump up and down for joy, when really it's just like any other fight card that is going on now, a couple of years ago, a couple of months ago, and maybe even just the same as any fight card that is going to happen. All right, for those of you that were just watching that, if you want to watch the rest of that, check out my my early breakdown of Jamal Hill versus El-Kheer. So here's something a little interesting I'm going to be doing right now. I haven't done this ever, probably not at a professional gaming level, but I'm going to play GTA for you guys live right now and probably smoke some fools online as we wait for UFC Mexico. Oh, snap. There's a $9,000 bounty on me. Okay, that's not good. Exactly. Okay, I can deal with it. There, you'll have a minute. Help you with. Call me back when you figured out how that brain of yours works. Got him. Got that fool. Twice, too. But I'm not about to stay in that session and get smoked for no reason. Look at his drunk infidel right here, freaking Trevor. There we go. Survived the bounty. Now we're back in business.
Sure, it'll be with you shortly.
East Island friend. How can I help? Can't handle the heat, my friend? Okay, leave it with creepy Uncle Lester.
Just like that, hidden in plain sight.
don't know why I even bothered. By me, let alone interrupt. Good luck out there. Oh yeah. You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny. Jordan. It's your boy, Danny Brown.
I've been here in real life. I'm going to show you guys a video of that. Well, I don't need to show you guys. See it on my video section if you guys want to check it out. Damn, the roller coaster dissed me. Forget it. You guys ever seen that YouTube video where somebody jumped off the uh, pier in Santa Monica? I believe that guy was supposed to be arrested, but then he sort of ran away and nothing really happened to him as a result. Yes. All right. So mic check 1 2. All right. So I suppose that was a little bit of the intermission between the UFC card and the Bellator card. So I hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of that GTA streaming that I was just doing for y'all, just to kind of show you, well, not really show you anything other than just kill time and play video games in between. So I figured why not just kind of put it online while I'm waiting for the UFC card, right? So here we are. We're now waiting for the UFC card as we just concluded the Bellator card. So let's go over some of the matchups that we had just seen in Bellator early. Actually, you know what? Let's not, because I've actually gone over all of the matchups that were going on in Bellator, including the ones that I was live for covering and reacting to at the time. So let's take a look at the card tonight for Moreno versus Royval, part 2, which is taking place in Mexico City. So Brandon Moreno takes on Brandon Royval. That's a good one. Brian Ortega versus Yair Rodriguez. I urge you guys, if you want to rewind back, to take a look at some of the commentaries that I made regarding Brian Ortega and his role in the movie, The Tax Collector. Also, in this same stream, I was also reacting to Shia LaBeouf and his possible gang affiliations after filming that movie. So I urge you guys to check that out. A whole lot of hot content that I've dropped on this particular stream that I'm still going and running right now. So let's take a look at the rest of the card in this matchup, other than Brian Ortega and Yair Rodriguez. Daniel Zellhuber. I've seen this guy fight against Francisco Prado. That's actually a very good fight. That is actually one of these fights where you have, let's say, a prospect taking on another prospect and sort of killing them off each other, right? That's the matchup that you have with Daniel Zolber and Francis Prado. Now you have Raul Rojas Jr. Here's another hot prospect that is coming up. The kid is like probably 18 years old when he signed to the UFC, maybe even younger than that. He had to sort of like get some kind of what do you call it? A waiver of some sort in order for him to be allowed to fight into the UFC. I think he started fighting in the UFC as a minor, which is crazy to you really think about, right? But nonetheless, here he is once again doing the damn thing and taking on Ricky Trucas, which, by the way, is a really tough opponent in the bantamweight division. Yasmin, your guy, taking on Sam Hughes. Manuel Torres taking on the Scots, Chris Duncan. Christian Quenos taking on Rayano Barcelos, longtime veteran. Jesus Aguilar taking on Matias Mendoca. Edgar Chavez taking on Daniel Larasada. Pilado Peluas taking on Firas Zahem. That's going to be an interesting matchup as well. Victor Elamirano taking on Felipe Desanos. Luis Rodriguez taking on Denise Bondar. Mohamed Nayov taking on Eric Silva. So that is the matchup we are waiting on right now as we are sitting at 3:36 in the afternoon of the West Coast. And I hope you guys enjoyed this content so far, because we are going to go on for more. We got more content on the way. We got the UFC card that's about to play. On top of that, what do we have here? We also have, well, yeah, that's what we have. We just have about a few more hours of the UFC to stream. So here we are, just trying to get as much views as I can within this particular time. So so far, so good. Some people that have been tapping in. So I'm really excited for this upcoming matchup. Let's take a look at what is the first fight of the night as we are waiting for the ESPN production to start. Google always has the best UFC information. As you can see right here, they give you the card, they give you the time and everything. This is like the go-to when it comes to the UFC. You may not get this in, let's say, other websites of some sort, right? But YouTube definitely does use some proper justice. So earlier I missed this comment by No Chill MMA, early stoppage, I suppose. So I'm assuming you're talking about the Ryan Bader fight that was short. That was, I guess, early stoppage. But nonetheless, let's take a look at this right here. So Mohamed Nayov, Eric Silva, yeah, that's going to be the first fight as the fights that I had just mentioned earlier. So what's the next fight night after this one? Jairzinho Rozenstruik taking on Shamil Gaziev, the undefeated 12-0. All right. I'm assuming that's going to be Apex card. And how about this? Vitor Petrino taking on Tyson Pedro. I'm really excited for that matchup. And I'm very surprised they put Muhammad Makayev in this particular fight rather than a pay-per-view. Maybe they wanted to put him in sort of a main card scenario of some sort. So here he is taking on Alex Perez. Very tough matchup for him. Eric Anders and Jimmy Pickett. That's going to be next week. Omar Nurmagomedov taking on Bekzat Alakhan. Christopher Schnell taking on Steve Erzag. Flyweight division. What's the preliminaries for this one? Mohamed Yahya taking on Brendan Marut. Josephine Kunson taking on Julia Pilarsi. Christian Leroy Duncan, the top prospect from England, moving up in the middleweight division, taking on Claudia Ribeiro. That's going to be a good one. The brother of Faraz Zahabi, Ayman Zahabi, taking on Javed Basharat. Joel Alvarez taking on Ludovic Klein. That's a good one. All right. And then after that, obviously, is going to be UFC 299 in Miami with Sean O'Malley and Marlon Vera taking on for the undisputed 135 championship, and they're fighting each other for the second time in a rematch. And in that one, you also have Dustin Poirier taking on Benoit Saint Denis. Now, that particular fight right there, I'm highly, highly interested in. I'm going to tell you why, right? Because for a long time, a lot of these 155ers, such as Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier, all these guys, they sort of been the gatekeepers of that particular division in one form or another, right? So now they get to take on all these young, up-and-coming hot prospects to really prove themselves. Because obviously, Dustin Poirier has proven himself to a legend like Conor McGregor. Well, now he has an opportunity to really prove himself to somebody like, let's say, Benoit Saint Denis, who is a knockout artist, is really tough, really strong, can do a little bit of everything, and quite frankly, would probably be the favorite for this fight. I would not be surprised if Dustin Poirier doesn't pull off this win. Right? Let's really think about that, right? It's plausible that Dustin Poirier could lose this fight, but you never know. So we are now just awaiting UFC Mexico as we just ended PFL versus Bellator in that wonderful card that we just had earlier this afternoon in Saudi Arabia. All right. There it is. The first fight of UFC Mexico in the books right there. So Muhammad Mayev just got a first round knockout right there. Muhammad Nayev versus Eric Silva. So that right there is the first knockout of the night. And here we are. He said, Mexico City, I love you all. So at 5:15 in the morning in Tajikistan, they're watching Muhammad Nayev get that first round knockout right now. So that is the first fight of the night. The next fight coming up is going to be Victor Altrarino taking on Felipe dos Santos. It's going to be a good one right there. Yeah, a real interesting card we got in front of us right now. So if you're just joining us right now, we just did Bellator versus PFL for about 4 hours now. Was playing GT in between. Was talking about Shia LaBeouf joining, uh, a street gang based on method acting that he was doing for the tax collector. We were talking about Brian Ortega's role in that particular movie as well, all because he is the co-headline of UFC Mexico City. So here's something I think is really awesome about this particular era, right? Now you have this era now where you have no more pandemic, right? So now the stadiums are open because if you notice, even in the pay-per-views during a pandemic, they had to do it all in the apex. Everything was in the apex, and it literally saved the UFC in terms of the competitive architecture that we're seeing right now. So a lot of these matches that are going on dating back from the time of, let's say, Tony Ferguson and Justin Gaethje is really building the company to where it's at right now in terms of all the fights and the matches that have happened in between then since. All right, here we go, guys. We are about to have our battle commence with Felipe dos Santos walking out right now. Quite a packed crowd so far. While we are watching just only the early of the prelims, it's only the second fight of the night. So Victor Altamirano is going to be his opponent here in this flyweight contest. Wow, what a really interesting story for Felipe there, huh? I had to work really young just to help his mom with some groceries, walking out with some really emotional music here as he is set to enter the cage right now. So this is a volume fighter right here in Victor Alejandro. Second fight of the night with UFC. You know what? Here's another thing that I just noticed, right? This is a high elevation fight. Obviously, Mexico City, it's notorious for that, right? If you guys remember the old joke that they have where they go cardio Kane or something like that, right? They call Kane cardio Kane because let's say when he fought Verdum for the heavyweight championship there, you know, he didn't perform at his best. It wasn't the normal King Velasquez that we knew. So here we go. Now, Victor Altamirano, Felipe de Soños. Here we go. 33 years old, Victor, 23, Felipe, big age difference, 5'7", 5'8", 125. Here we go. Fighting out of the red corner. No surprise there that the Mexicans are booing the Brazilians. All right, here comes Victor being announced. Fighting out of Fort Worth, Texas. All right. The referee's name is Vladimir Puga. It almost sounds like saying Vladimir Putin, doesn't it? A little bit? No? Yes? Maybe? All right, here we go. Round one. 459, 458, 457 in the first round. Victor opens with a jab. We go head kick to go along with that. We go Altamirano. Counterattack by Dos Santos right there. A head kick attempt on his part. The crowd's yelling Mexico. .322, 320 of the first round. Oh, a little combination there by Victor. Bouncing back and forth with Dos Santos there. Nice takedown by Dos Santos right there. We go body lock by Victor right here. Goes for a takedown, gets it on Dos Santos. I believe this guy trains with, if I'm not mistaken, Oliveira. Maybe that's where the blonde hair comes from. He's kind of have the same look as he does. There's a single leg trip. All right, breakaway by Dos Santos and Altamirano. Now in the center of the cage. A little bit of a rest of an action after sort of an action-packed round so far for 4 minutes. Little low kick right there, goes down on the ground. All right. Dos Santos is down now with Victor taking him down. Sort of has this Dagestani leg lock on him, the way that Khabib sort of has his opponents wrapped up in both of their legs up against the fence, the way that he has them right now. And what I believe Dos Santos is trying to do right now is he has to get both of his legs out of that position while wrist controlling him. You see, as he's doing that right now. So now he alleviated the pressure, but still has a body lock on him. 21 seconds left in the first round. All right, 5 seconds left of the round, and that is it. All right, ESPN under commercials right now showing all their different documentaries and all the different sports coverage they could show. So how about that, right? ESPN is covering both PFL and the UFC. And John Jones tonight was at a PFL event in Saudi Arabia. What does that tell you? Does that tell you there's a strong possibility that perhaps maybe John Jones could fight Francis Ngannou? Man, I don't know. It's hard to say. But once again, man, nothing is impossible with the type of money the Saudis have. All right, here we go. Round two. Yeah, that's a great point right there. You know, as long as you stay kicking the forearms, you can definitely debilitate a lot of the punches that the guys are going to try to throw at you. All right, here we go, creating a grappling scenario for himself right there. 338, 337 of the second round. Or the takedown by Victor right there in that exchange. Just 1 minute left of round number 2 right now. Oh, he rocked Victor right there. There's Dos Santos right there. I think he's got him dead to rights right there. But obviously, Victor was able to recover from that shot. All right, there's a takedown by Alamantro right there. Good takedown. But you got to be careful with Dos Santos on the ground right here with just 5 seconds left. Yeah, he's good. He's good. But obviously, you see him fighting from the bottom right there, just throwing elbows. And being from Charles Oliveira's camp, you could imagine a guy like that could catch you with some triangles if he wanted. Here we go. Single leg attempt by Victor. Oh, wow. He's got him dead to rights right here with a rear naked choke. Oh, he's got it right under the chin. It's really tight. He could get this submission right here. It's not quite there. The grip isn't there. He's still fighting it off. And remember, this is a fight taking place in high elevation. So the difference with this particular fight is, wow. There we go. Now, Altamirano finally escaped their back on their feet with 3:50 left of the round. Already the place is packed with just the second fight of the night. 3:37, 3:36 of the third round, rather. Third and final round of Dos Santos versus Victor. Yeah, this is definitely impressive if you can still keep up a certain pace with this type of high elevation right now, with 2:42 left of the third round. He's got him in side control now. Trying to transition over, takes his back. Side kick right there by Victor. He's got his leg trapped. 1 minute left of this fight right now. It's great pace on both of these guys, even with a high elevation that they're both facing. There's now 54 seconds left. Oh, a knee by Victor and a follow-up hook by Dos Santos there. They need to do something big for the last 30 seconds here. All right, so who do you guys think won that fight? I would, man, that's a tough one. I'd probably give that to Dos Anjos on that one. Yeah, I'd probably give it to Dos Anjos on that one, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. $28 significant strikes for Felipe, only 6 for Victor. All right, let's see. Let's see where the scorecards go on this one. So it's a split decision. Felipe Dos Santos wins this. Yup. Just as I called it. Good job, Felipe. All right, on to the next one. What is the next fight we got tonight? Next one is Luis Rodriguez versus Beniz Bondar at the flyweight division. So a little bit on the smaller, lighter weight classes today. Featherweight, flyweight, lightweight, another flyweight fight after that, another flyweight fight, and then a bantamweight fight, and then the prelims. Yeah, this is like a lightweight and sort of a flyweight event, isn't it? Kind of reminds me of a WEC card, if you guys remember that from back in the days. He said he may have been taken down, but he was there in the entire he was there in a fight the entire time. right, here we go. Ukraine's Dennis Bondar taking on Ronaldo Rodriguez. All right, round one. Here we go. Rodriguez versus Bondar. Yeah, it was a Tour MCL by Eric Silva in the first fight earlier the night. Go takedown by Rodriguez here. I'm sorry, Bondar with the takedown. Rodriguez on the ground. There we go. Another overhand right into a double leg takedown by Bondar there. All right, here we go. We'll just go off the camera on this one. Knee on the way up from that exchange right there. Uppercut right there. Okay. 15 strikes and 2 for Rodriguez so far. Oh, spinning back fist by Bondar right there. We go. Double leg attempt by Bondar. Stuffed. And a takedown by Bondar with that single leg or that trip. A scramble, but Bondar gets put on his back by Rodriguez. Now he's just throwing bombs at him right now. All right, second round coming up. All right, round 2. Low haymakers in the beginning of this fight. Wow, spinning elbow right there. And then he eats it, and Rodriguez is just acting like nonchalantly as if nothing happened. Wow, how about that? Even MMA Guru is not live right now at the current moment of time. So, all right, 2 minutes into round 2 and got 3 minutes left. Nice kick by Bondar there. Nice little exchange they got going on here. Looks like a fake spinning kick there, attempt there by Rodriguez. All right, now Rodriguez has the back of Bondar. Still has him in a body lock right now. Now he's throwing hooks while he is on a body lock. And Bondar goes and reverses. And now he's got an ankle lock on him. Now he's throwing shots at on the ground right now with 33 seconds left of the second round. And now he's got his back again. Attempt of a rear naked choke. He's got it cinched in. He might just get it with 10 seconds left. Is he going to tap? Who taps with 10 seconds left? But you'd be surprised. He taps. He actually taps in the middle of that. Once again, another unexpected call right there. Great job by Rodriguez. That right there. I was just saying, as in the middle of the fight going on, I was saying, wow, you know what? Who taps in the next 10 seconds? And he did. You know, sometimes you got to have your corner up in there tell you what's up, man. You let you know, like, hey, you know what? You got a couple of seconds in. Just take that choke, and the referee will release it ASAP within 10 seconds. And great job on Rodriguez. He had him dead to rights on that one. All right, next matchup for Raziem. And who is he taking on? Who is Raziem taking on next? Claudio Pluez. How about this? The opening of the UFC's PI in Mexico. Let's check this out right here.
My sugar was real low, man. I woke up sweating, running all over the room. Having a sugar attack this morning. My sugar dropped. Look, I had some leftover food in there. I forgot my glucose thing, bro. I had a crazy day. I left my ankle monitor charger. I had to fly my boy up here. I left my insulin. I had to fly him up here with that. I left everything. I got my little girls with me, so I be tripping. I left everything. And then when he finally got to me at like 12:30 at night, last night, it was high, so I had to take a big dosage. And this morning, I must have took too much last night. It dropped on me this morning. I was scared this morning. I took too much insulin last night.
Damn, Boozy.
Lay back down. When I have a sugar attack, all my energy be gone.
Man, I hope Boozy feels better there, man. But anyways, we are on to the next fight right now with Raziem taking on Claudio Pulis. Let's go. MMA Guru ain't even on right now. How about that? I was about to go and sort of do a reaction to his show real quick while he's live, but yeah. Check out this image right here. How about Khamzat getting that fight with Israel Adesanya June 23rd? I mean, hey, look, the Saudis said they wanted a big card, right? They really wanted a big card. And, well, here it is. They got Khamzat and Israel Adesanya. It doesn't get any bigger than that, boys. So shout outs to them on getting that fight done. Faraz is now entered. Let me call my homie right now, real quick, see if he's on. All right. Let's call up some other homies real quick. All right, here we go. Both 27, 5'10", 6'1" for Raziem. Very tall, 155er. All right, here we go. They've just now been announced, so we are about to commence for the first round. Here we go. Already on the ground with Hulez taken down for Raziem. Not a good start for the first round, obviously, but you never know, right? There's been plenty of guys have been taken down very early into the fight and go on to either knock the guy out. Yeah, Leon Edwards is a great example of that. Conor McGregor against Chad Mendes is another great example of that. Many great examples. So we're already 5 hours into the stream. Of course, full disclosure, well, let's just say that I've taken a little bit of breaks here and there. Obviously, I'm doing a non-video right now as I'm doing a straight audio. Eat a little things like that. I would be eating on the side too while I'm watching these fights. So, hey, I committed myself to watching both of these cards today, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Even MMA Guru ain't even on for none of these fights. We're already on the third fight of the night, bro. You would have thought MMA Guru would be on right now, but for whatever reason, he's not. So maybe he just didn't feel compelled to cover this card, or maybe he just has something going on. Maybe he finally has a life going on or whatever, you know what I mean? Or maybe he's on some kind of suspension of some sort. Who knows? But for Raziem's been on the ground so far. This is like almost 2 minutes of ground control time on the part of Pules here. There we go. He's got a body lock right there. Body lock on for Raziem trying to get out of the fence. Actually, hey, what's good, Daniel? Hey, I'm live right now, bro. You good? Oh yeah, yeah. No doubt, man. No doubt. It's all good, man. How are you? Oh man, there's a knockdown by Faraziem right now, and he's knocking him down. Sorry, I'm doing a live reaction on a UFC fight right now, man. You know, just wanted to see how you're doing. Just so you know, you're live, right? You're okay with that, right? Awesome, bro. Awesome. So yeah, I'm I'm watching the UFC card right now. UFC Mexico. I was watching PFL MMA Saudi Arabia earlier, and now I'm on YouTube, my brother. I'm live on YouTube right now. Yeah. Yeah, so you are live on YouTube right now. So, yeah, for sure, man. Are you all right, man? How did you feel in your fight camp, bro? Yeah, you know what, bro? Listen, a lot of these things happen, right? So you've seen what happened with the Hamza Shiraz and the Liam Williams boxing match, right? You've seen that, right? Okay, so a lot of people were giving Liam Williams a whole lot of flack for that particular performance. And I got to tell you, as I'm watching and covering an MMA fight right now, I got to tell you, man, first round knockouts happen all the time. How about when Conor McGregor knocked out Jose Aldo? You know what I mean? Like it, right, right. That's what I mean. Similar to Conor and Aldo, which is why that thing lasted 13 seconds. Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, MMA. Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, MMA. Yeah, with my last name, obviously Abu El-Kheer. My YouTube. Hold on, let me see. Hold on a second. Let me get the link to this real quick. Right? No, man. You know what? You had a great experience, and you know what? There's a lot that you can do with that experience. Oh, sorry. It's double playing because I have this playing in the background. So, what do you think happened when you said that you had a bad night? Like, in what context did you feel that that was? Oh, did you get the link, by the way? Hey, do you have the fight footage? I could, play it right now on the YouTube channel if you like, or or we could play the other one from your last fight or both. You know what I mean? So we can, talk about it and if you want, if you have it. Okay, yeah, yeah, for sure, brother. Hey, man, listen, stay up, bro. Been really good and positive having you on, and I really like your attitude. I like your confidence. I like the way that you market yourself. More importantly, because I tell you what, bro, this is something that a lot of pro MMA fighters and boxers are sort of missing is what you are doing. Knowing how to really go out there and promote yourself. So, big ups to you, brother. All right. That is Daniel Hamid from Peterborough, England. Awesome. Awesome stuff. So let me stamp that real quick. 5 hours and 33-minute or 34-minute mark. Daniel Hamid. There we go. Good little conversation I had with the brother right there. So, all right. So back to the Faraz Ziem and Pules fight. Still all the same. It's the same thing over and over again. He's still taking him down. There were a few exchanges there where Faraz Ziem was able to take him. Now he's mounted as we are watching this with 2:33 left in the second round. Still, he's not able to get up from this position right here. All right, so now he has Ziem in a backpack position, got his back right here. Now he's attempting a rear naked choke. Is he going to get it? He escapes. Yeah, definitely the elevation is a factor at some point, right? I mean, when you are, yeah, man, this is a strenuous, type of altitude that you're dealing with in New Mexico. No doubt about it. Now ZM's on top with 10 seconds left of the second round. Final few seconds here. So in between the rounds, I'm going to show you a video of what this brother sent me, Daniel Hamid, earlier. He wants you guys to decide whether this was a lucky punch or not. So let's check this out. What happened here? Hold on. All right, so we got about 30 seconds left of that. We're going to watch the remainder of that as we are heading into the third and final round of this contest right here. All right, 4:36, 4:35 of the third round. Yeah, 9 minutes of control time. So how do you guys see this fight right now? I mean, it looks like on Pelez, just based on the wrestling. You know, maybe I have a bit of a biasness towards wrestlers, wouldn't you think? Like, or just the technique alone. I just believe that if a guy can hold you down and you can't do anything about it. I don't know, man. I don't know why I should give you the fight if you can't get up. If I was a judge, why should I give you a fight if you can't get up? So another double leg on Police on Faraz ZM right there. Yeah, he did a good job taking him down right there. Yeah, Paul Felder may be onto something with that, right? You definitely have to have a strike counting advantage, and not only that, some sort of significant damage, not just the takedowns. The takedowns alone are just not going to help everything, right? In terms of how the judges may see it. So again, maybe I have my own inherent bias towards wrestling, but by the end of the day, it's MMA. You have to wrestle to damage. See, Khabib wrestled to damage, right? Which is the way that Police is taking him down right now. You got to ask yourself, is this really damaging to a certain degree with what he's doing right now, as we are less than 2 minutes left into this fight? And here comes ZM attempting a guillotine choke, probably the last stand that he has to try to maneuver, as he is now, right there, right in front of Mark Goddard. Well, Mark Goddard is actually outside of the cage looking on as a second eye official of some sort. But there's another referee in the cage at the current moment of time. Yeah, Police is definitely trying to keep his top position on ZM here. Now Faraz ZM's trying to get himself in a top position right now. Yeah, he has to really try to finish him off right here. Man, he's got 10 seconds left. I don't know. I don't think Faraz ZM got this one at all, unfortunately. Of course, I wanted to see my fellow Arab win here, but it's what it is. All right, back to my boy. Let's see this. Let's rewind back to that shot. So he asked me if I thought this was a lucky shot. And I got to tell you guys, it's not a lucky shot at all. Not at all. Not at all. It wasn't a lucky shot. If anything, it was just more like a methodical work that he did. Or, you know what? It was an unexpected shot, right? Sometimes it's the unexpected shots that really hurt you the most. And I don't know, sometimes you just, react to it in a certain way and you don't know why you are reacting to it in a certain way. It's just, it happens. A fight's a fight. You never know what's going to happen. And that's what you got at the end of it. So here are the fight statistics for Faraz and Claudio Police: 24 over 67 by Faraz, but 7 takedowns by Claudio with 5 minutes of control time. And how about this? Faraz has his own control time with 4 minutes. Let's go to the judges' scorecard and find out who won this one. Yeah, all those other control time that Faraz was able to get on him was based on just the jiu-jitsu scrambling positions that Faraz was able to get at. So now let's find out who won this fight. How about this? 6 hours into the stream already, right? If anything, like and subscribe to that, guys. I'm giving you guys some of the best content possible for 5 hours. Let me tell you what I've been doing for 5 hours. I covered PFL versus Bellator. While I was doing that, I was playing GTA, killing some fools, smoking some fools online. And then right after that, I went and reacted to one of my friend's boxing fights. And Faraz won that fight. And Faraz looks so disappointed even after the win. He looks like he didn't feel like he won that fight. But awesome. You know what? It's always great to win, even though you don't think that you won, but then you kind of know that there's still something to work on rather than just having a dominating performance and feeling like you got it all figured out. So Edgar Chairaz taking on Daniel Lacerda. So here we go. I got eyes like I'm going to murder you. All right, next matchup coming up soon. Watching the entrance right now. So my man came in here with a pirate hat because he said that nobody is going to give him love going into enemy territory in Mexico as a Brazilian fighter. So he decided he's going to go dress like a pirate to symbolize that he's going to go in there, do his raid, and go back home with the gold. In other words, the win. Very fascinating stuff. Good stuff. And here comes Edgar coming out with some Chicano rap in Spanish, by the way. Here comes Guru. All right. Edgar has now entered the cage. Damn, I wasn't able to pick up the brother's audio. Okay, whatever. All right, here we go. So now they're being announced. Chirez is now being announced. And here we go. Mark Goddard is a referee. Round one is about to commence. Battle is about to commence, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. All right, here we go. Body kick by Lacerda. A body kick of Shiraz on his own. Exchange of body kicks right there. Swing and a miss by Shiraz. Another body kick by Lacerda right there. So they're just exchanging body kicks right now at this point. We are at 406. Spinning back kick by Shiraz. 403, 402. So now they're just using the kicks to sort of range out where they are at. Front body kick by Shiraz right there. Yeah, so they're just exchanging body kicks back and forth right now. 335, 333 of the first round. Little hook by Shiraz there. Goes for a shot and then gets taken down. Lacerda takes him down. Now he's in his full guard position. Pounding away, Lacerda. Now he's looking for an arm triangle here. Now looking for a regular triangle. He's got it. He's got it. Now all he has... He tapped. He tapped. Just like that, he tapped. There it is. They settled the rivalry in Mexico. Good job. Good job on him. All right. Yeah, as soon as he took him down, I got to tell you, man, sometimes when you're dealing with guys that have dangerous jiu-jitsu, taking them down is probably the worst thing for business for you. I mean, it really is if you think about it. Not the easiest to deal with, so... About 60 miles down south is in the borderline of Mexico and California. 100 miles to the north, it is Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. Where am I? I am located in San Diego, in Legoland, out of all places. And I want to tell you why Conor McGregor and the Michael Chandler fight is not going to happen. Well, for one, Conor McGregor seems to have a lot of legal issues going on right now. And although a lot of these accusations seem flimsy and the intentions behind it seem to be monetary driven rather than justice or trying to seek some sort of compensation for some kind of trauma that this person is accusing Conor McGregor of, it's still a burden nonetheless, a burden that he has faced all throughout this years with accusations after accusations. Some may have plausible reasons, and then some just absolutely ridiculous in its in the way that they're trying to convey the story, right? But nonetheless, even if he was to be clear and to compete against Michael Chandler, the one thing you got to ask yourself is if this guy is competition ready. Because in the past few months, while he was filming The Ultimate Fighter, the guy was getting drunk almost every day. Doesn't seem to be a conducive lifestyle to getting ready for a top 5 lightweight such as Michael Chandler. Now, when he fought Khabib, this was really no different in that aspect. So how is it going to be any different now? It doesn't really seem like it will be. So there it is. That video still remains relevant till this day if you really think about it. Because I shot that video 8 months ago. Can you believe it? 8 months ago, I shot that video. And now here we are. We're still talking about Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler. 8 months ago, I shot that video. Just to let you guys know in full context. So what does that tell you about Conor McGregor and what he has going on? Taya just recently left the training camp of Tyson Fury. Now, as a sensationalized story in which that they're going to make it, why is that important to bring out? I'll tell you a couple of reasons. Number one, a lot of people are speculating that Jay Apataya knocked out Tyson Fury. In practice, mind you, while in sparring, which, by the way, in the famous words of the great Allen Iverson, bro, we talking about practice, which means exactly what? It means absolutely nothing. And let me explain a couple of things as to why it absolutely means nothing, but also go into the sensationalized stories and the clickbaits that come with this particular story. For one, if you are in a training camp for a fight, a couple of things are going to happen. You're not going to be as fresh as the night of your fight. Is that any news to a lot of people that are casual spaces in the combat sports world or don't really understand the culture of mixed martial arts, boxing, and training camps? And if you don't, then please answer yourself truthfully so that I can educate you on these matters at hand. Suppose you wake up in the morning, do hill sprints, do a weight training session, a conditioning session, and maybe a few rounds on the pad. In that same afternoon, on that same day, you're going into a sparring match with any random bloke that is in your gym or any person that, let's say, wants to come in and help you out or people that have been scheduled to spar with you. And guess what? In the case of Jai Apataya and Tyson Fury, let's talk about the two different peaks that they are currently at. As you know, Jai Apataya just came off of fighting in the Day of Reckoning, which wasn't too long ago, back in December. Last month, literally 1 month ago. So perhaps maybe he's a little bit fresher than Tyson Fury because he's already coming off of a fight camp. He's rested, had a few days and a couple of weeks to recover, and now here he is back in the gym taking on a Tyson Fury who, for all you know, might have been chopping wood, might have been flipping tires, might have been doing box jumps, might have been doing a weight training session on top of miles and miles upon miles of running in order for him to get ready, and maybe even some swimming if he adds that to his repertoire of training. You people don't take this into consideration. However, here's the one thing that you have to take into consideration when it comes to this story. Number one, you have to take into consideration the simple fact that, well, it's going to be a clickbait story. It's going to be one of those things that a lot of people can use for their social media sites to get clickbaits, likes, and attention. And also content creators like myself who can make up crazy stories and say something to the effect of Jai Apataya knocked out Tyson Fury. Now, if this is a matter of fact, I'm going to ask the question, so what? So what if he knocked him out in sparring? There's the old saying that goes, it only counts on the night of your fight where you're actually getting paid. Ain't nobody getting paid for sparring. And if you are, well, that's the arrangement between you and the fighter that has brought you in along with his camp and whatever type of deals you have going on under the table. That's a completely different scenario at that. But when we're talking about strictly practice, now I don't know about you, but in the world of martial arts, there is a certain code to where you never talk about sparring. This, by the way, is a proper gym etiquette in martial arts, in mixed martial arts, and in particular, the traditional martial arts that have came before MMA, such as Taekwondo, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, all these arts that came from Japan. They have a certain etiquette that comes from Eastern traditions. Now, with boxing, maybe you may not get the same type of vibe. Maybe it's not the same type of cultural ethos. And if so, then you have to take into consideration that this whole entire conversation about Jai Apataya knocking out Tyson Fury in sparring means absolutely nothing. But on the flip side of it, I want to say this. If Jai Apataya manages to move up to the heavyweight division when and if he chooses to do so, and if Tyson Fury is still up there, wow, that makes a very creative fighting matchup in terms of a guy that we know is really the top dog of the cruiserweight division since Usyk has left. But now we have a storyline behind that, to which a lot of times we're totally missing in boxing. So again, I'm not here to slag off or to diss anybody in the MMA content space that wants to create a story about Jai Apataya, especially in the boxing space. You know, a lot of the boxing guys are going to eat up this story and somehow sensationalize it, use low-hanging fruit methods to somehow pick it apart and give their false impressions of what the Usyk versus Fury fight is going to look like on February 17th. But just remember what Ellen Iverson said by the end of the day before you sign off, like and subscribe and share with the rest of the world. Bro, we talking about practice. Yay. Exactly. We're talking about practice. So speaking of practice, sometimes practice can get really deadly. And you guys seen what happened with Tyson Fury, right? I mean, he obviously got that cut, which is the reason why we don't have an undisputed champion in boxing right now the way that we should, the way that we deserve. And we're not getting that simply for the simple fact that Tyson Fury got a little bit of an accident during sparring and could not continue into the fight. So here we are as a result of it. And now here we have Matheus Madindunka taking on who is up on the card right now. Let's see. Jesse Aguilar. And then after that, it's Rayoni Barcelos and Christian Quanos. It's quite awesome of the UFC to allow the entrances to be shown. Usually they would take up this opportunity right now to have a bunch of commercials going. Before this matchup starts, I'm going to play this for you. The PFL versus Bellator pay-per-view press conference, which took place in Florida at the Hard Rock Cafe. But the event is going to take place February 24th, 2024 in Riyadh, just 1 week prior to the Tyson Fury versus Usyk fight. So why is this significant? I got to tell you that in the world where sometimes we are starving for MMA, not that it's not out there, we literally have a UFC event every week. That isn't the problem. The issue is sometimes the quality of the cards. And although this particular PFL versus Bellator card, in the eyes of the hardcore, is somewhat pay-per-view worthy, in the eyes of the casuals, it's not so pay-per-view worthy because of the fact that, let's just be honest, a lot of these guys are not proven pay-per-view stars because PFL and Bellator did not have that type of platform, which again shows you not only the supremacy of the UFC in terms of their marketing and promotional value, but also the fact that they are monopolizing the game in ways that, once again, when you are an MMA content creator like myself, guess what you're doing? Are you really covering all MMA fights? I try to, but I'll be honest with you. The only ones that I'm compelled to really covering are the UFC. MMA Guru will tell you the same thing. Tracy MMA will tell you the same thing. Jesse on Fire literally only talks about the UFC. And if he's not talking about boxing like your good old boy here, guess what? He's talking about boxing that involves a UFC fighter. So it's a UFC event nonetheless. Take a look at this card. You got Kelly DeSantis taking on Clarissa Shields for the women's 155 division. That's the first fight. Okay, and then the other fights, you have Thiago Santos taking on Romero, Yoel Romero, and then you have Ryan Bader taking on Ferreira, which is one of the top heavyweights in the PFL right now, probably one of the best heavyweights in the world. You just don't know it because he fights at a PFL. Ryan Bader, been a long-time UFC vet, now coming in as the Bellator champion. Now, all right, round one is about to commence. We'll watch the rest of that video after these fights. So here we go, round one, and heavy kick by Mendonca. I'm sorry, by Aguilar, rather. He had a heavy kick there. So now we are at 446, 445, a takedown very early by Mendonca here. Now Aguilar has Mendonca in the back of the fence right now, clinching, trying to get away. There we go. Taken down by Mendoka. Back up again. All right. And a takedown by Mendoka from that body lock into the trip position. And now they are in the side control position as Mendoka is controlling the back of the neck. And what I believe is he is transitioning into, he's going for a full mount. If you look at his knees right now, he's going to push it right up against his ribs and into the other side of his body to try to get a full mount position, or at least transition into something else right here. Yeah, it looks like he wants to get himself in a half guard position instead of a full mount. You could always go for a north-south choke from this position. If you don't know what a north-south choke is, it literally looks like a 69, except your whole upper body is on the top of their waist as you are holding them into a chokehold position. (106, 105) in the first round. .30 seconds left in the first round. Here we go. And he beats the horn. That is the end of the first round right there. So yeah, end of round one right now, going into round two. Let's get it. All right, round two. Here we go. Mendoka came out blazing and took him down straight away into the second round. He's got him in a takedown position right now. There we go. Now he's back. He's back right up. Guillotine attempt by Mendoka as he gets taken down. Now Mendoka has his back. Here we go. Aguilar's pounding away right now. He could get a finish right here. And now he's scrambled out, now back in the half guard position. So now he's trying to set up a Darce position here, going into a guillotine. They break away back into the... Oh, wow. What happened here? Looked like he had a little bit of a limp there, or maybe he got hit in between those shots. Now he's got him in a mount position. Aguilar has Mendoka in a top mount position. What is he going to do in this position from here with 107, 106 left of the second round? All right, a mounted guillotine in this position right now. Is Aguilar going to get him here? He escapes. Now in a half guard position. Aguilar's landing some shots right here. .2:15 left in third and final round. Mendoka, nice takedown with the body lock. Mendoka got Aguilar's back right now. Got him in his back position right now. With 1 minute left. Yeah, Din Thomas is saying in the coach's corner right now, or the side commentary, saying that he's got power in his hands. Why didn't he just go and try to let loose? Instead, he went and clinched him, and now he's stuck in his grappling position on the ground with a body lock on him. And that right there just concluded the third and final round of Mendoka versus Aguilar. I'm going to get you guys back to this video, and then we're going to come back for the decision. Now taking on the lineal PFL champion. And these two guys really have a lot to prove in terms of trying to get Francis Ngannou out of his boxing gloves and into his 4-ounce gloves to fight MMA once and for all. Because he did sign to an MMA organization, but that isn't what we're seeing, is it? What we're seeing is him making his money in the world of boxing as he should. Then you got in this card, AJ McKee. Who is he fighting? Let's take a look at who he's fighting here. He is fighting Clay Collard. That's a good fight. And then I mentioned Thiago Santos and Yoel Romero. After that, who do you have else? You have Bruno Capozella taking on Vadim Nemkov, a heavyweight fight. What else you got after that? You got a catchweight fight at 182 pounds. Ray Cooper taking on Jason Jackson. I believe Ray Cooper must have been a replacement because somebody else was slated to fight in that card. But here we are. Ray Cooper, big-time staple of the PFL division, and now taking on Jackson, who is a Bellator champion. So who else do we have here? Obviously, yeah, Ryan Bader. So I had mentioned basically almost all the fights that are involved in this card. How about this? In the 145 division, Jesus Pinedo taking on Patricio Pitbull. Champion versus champion. Once again. So who else do we have here? Let's see. Impa Kasangai taking on Johnny Eblin. How could I forget this? A middleweight bout. Obviously, Impa Sakai won it in the 185 division, or is it the 20? I thought he won it in the 205 division. Nonetheless, that's the guy that got knocked out by Joaquin Buckley, where that kick went viral. That kick where he was holding him by the feet when he caught him, and then Joaquin came back with a spinning back kick as he was holding his kick, almost ready to take him down for a single leg. So it was a viral knockout, and he was the unfortunate receiving end of that. Now here he is. So I'm going to explain to you guys why this particular fight is really important. Because like I said, when we cover MMA, really, the majority of the time we're covering the UFC. Now, if you are the PFL and Bellator and you do cards like this on a continuous basis, and not only that, on a consistent basis, I think the UFC can have a competition in its hands. Not a direct rival where they are adjacent to each other like this, but at least a competitor in that end. A competitor that, well, you know what, can fill up those voided Saturday nights to where the UFC doesn't have really any good fights going on. Or like this weekend, they're not going to have any UFC fights this weekend. Why? Because, like you guys know, they are owned by the WWE. So now they're under the same company. They're not going to compete with each other on the same weekend with a big WWE card such as the Royal Rumble. Not only a big WWE card, but obviously a card that has been a long-standing tradition in the company's history, which is the Royal Rumble for the WWE. So this is what PFL can offer. 1 week prior to that, it's going to be the Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk fight. And then the Saudis come back with a big MMA card for the PFL, but also wanting to work with the UFC and double dipping their toes in both companies to benefit mixed martial arts and combat sports as a total. So once again, I think that this is one of the reasons to say that we are living under the best era of combat sports, and it just keeps getting better and better. Not just for the UFC, but also for Bellator and PFL, but not just for MMA, but also for boxing and across all popular combat sports. The only unfortunate thing is that kickboxing is not up there, but not so fast. What if the Saudis decide they want to invest in ONE FC And what is great about ONE FC, they aren't just a mixed martial arts company. They also do all types of fights, including grappling, Muay Thai, 4-ounce gloves in a cage, and maybe even boxing in a cage, or maybe even holding a boxing event, just like what Ryzen FC does, which, by the way, is another organization that could also benefit from the Saudis if they decided to put their hands in that door in Japan. But either way, you got to like this as an MMA fan. Now, if you are a diehard UFC fan and you don't like any other types of MMA, I think you're missing out. But if you're a hardcore fan, you could definitely appreciate this. You would love this because you think to yourself, you know what? Another great Saturday night to look forward to? Sign me up. Just like I want you guys to sign up and like and subscribe to the channel. Share, like, tell a friend to tell a friend, and you guys know the rest. Hit me up. See you guys soon. All right, so now we are about to commence in the final prelim fight of the night, which is Ronnie Barcelos. Barcelos is taking on Christian Quiones. Tail of the tape, Christian Quiones, 27 years old. Ronnie Barcelos, 36 years old, 5'7" versus 5'6", 135, 170 to 67 inches. Yeah, Ronnie definitely has sick jiu-jitsu in this, so Christian Quiones coming out right now. All right, guys, hold tight. Let me go grab something real quick. All right, guys, back at it. Sorry about that. So here we are, 3:11, 3:10 of the first round with Barcelos and Yacones. Quiones, rather. Here we go. Calf kick by Quiones. Takedown by Barcelos in that one. Good exchange. 2:30 left in the first round. Here we go. Still got him clinched up against the cage. Blatant French grab right there, but Vladimir Puga, the Mexican version of Vladimir Putin, stops it at its tracks right there. We go, still in a body lock position, Barcelos. Keon is doing a very good job in holding on to that spinning elbow attack attempted right there. And he's got him down. Keon is still back at it with a scramble. Now he's got his back. Looking for a gift wrap here by Quiones. All right. I'm going to give that one to Quiones just based on the takedowns. Again, another theme of this whole entire stream is me giving all the rounds to the wrestlers, right? But it's not always a case. You never know. At the end of this fight, I'm going to play a video that I did 3 weeks ago. Vince McMahon, Women and Self Accountability, about the truth about a departure from WWE, TKO, and UFC. I'm going to play that right after this fight. Here we go. Round 2. All right, round 2. Run it up. Here we go. Barcelos getting pushed back into the fence as Quiones is sort of hunting him down. Kick attempt by Quiones. Low kick attempt. 347, 346, 345. Long uppercut by Quinones right there. $320 now in the second round. Long uppercut by Quinones right there. Yeah, Quinones is very light on his feet, and who better than Dominic Cruz to really notice that in a commentary booth? 250 left, 247, 246 of the second round. Palms his shots right out right there and then throws a 2 to follow up. Oh, he rocks Barcelos right there with a straight shot. Barcelos is rocked, but then he forces Barcelos to take him down, and they scramble right back up into the feet again, and he knocks out Quinones himself. How about that? What a great exchange right there. The greatness of MMA, the unpredictability of it all. There it is. The referee says it's all good. He was complaining of a foul, but while Quinones was getting clocked, he was complaining of a foul of some sort. Oh, he's got a guillotine choke on Quinones. And now he's pushing all his weight in his body down into him. $90 seconds left. Overhand right by Barcelos. He connects. Everyone's yelling for Quinones. And now he rocks Barcelos himself. Now he's measuring him up. Lines him up with a jab with a 1-2. It's just going straight shots at him right now. Very methodical shot and shot selection by Quinones. Shoots in for a single leg. Misses. All right, heading into round 3 on that one. Good exchange. Probably the best round of the night was that one right there. So the main card fight for the UFC fight night tonight, it's going to be Chris Duncan taking on Manuel Torres, 155 division. That's a good one. Yasmin Yagurai taking on Sam Hughes. That's a good one. And obviously, I'm looking forward to this one. Raul Rojas Jr. taking on Ricky Turquoise. That's going to be a very good one. Daniel Zellhuber, Francisco Prado. That's going to be a good one. Yair Rodriguez, obviously, and Brian Ortega. That's going to be a good one. And of course, Brandon Moreno, the mascot of Legoland, sort of say. Here we go. Yeah, Lego should give Brandon Moreno a deal. How about that? All right, so here we go. All right, 4:40 of the third round right now. As we finish off this prelim final fight of the prelims and into the main card. Low kick by Barcelos. They exchanged low kicks. Another one with Quinones. All right, Barcelos got him down on a half guard, or I'm sorry, a side controlled, but now got his back out of the scramble, and now he's looking for his neck. Wow, he's got his neck tight. You can't see he tapped. He tapped. Barcelos won that one. Great submission by Barcelos. Real amazing submission. Great job on that one. It came out of nowhere. They both got rocked. It was a great second round, by the way. They were going back and forth. And then out of nowhere, just within that scramble exchange, Barcelos was able to land that submission. Great job on him. Great job. Great job. And that concludes the final prelim fight. And the main card is up next. Stay tuned. I'm going to play that video of Vince McMahon and self-accountability and women with self-accountability, truth about his departure from the WWE. So here we go. Combat sports company and a sports entertainment company all rolled. So in the current world of combat sports news right now, Vince McMahon is on top of the list. And why is that? For several reasons. Obviously, Vince McMahon and the WWE have merged with the TKO company to form WWE, UFC, and TKO all in one conglomerate of a huge combat sports company and a sports entertainment company all rolled into one. And we're talking about a $5 billion investment for all parties involved, which, by the way, they had to get rid of Vince McMahon because of the scandal that had been brewing surrounding him. And, well, look, I don't want to get into the details of what Vince McMahon did because, quite frankly, in my humble opinion, if that means anything, it's just absolute garbage, the details. And not only that, the man is an absolute degenerate. However, I really have to say this out loud in terms of confronting the person that is doing the accusations. And I think it's really important to sort of hone this down, okay? A lot of times, there are people that get into relationships and they think that, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this with my boss. I'm going to do this with the person that is the chief operation of my company, and I'm going to try to get ahead. And lo and behold, they do. All of a sudden, they earn that position due to nefarious reasons. And now, for whatever reason, let's say they get fired, or let's say they get removed from their position, or let's say they somehow get put down on the ladder of the whole hierarchy of the company for one reason or another, right? Because maybe you didn't continue to do your end of the bargain in the most nefarious ways. And I'm not talking about your obligation in your daily work objective in whatever it is that you do in the office or whatever line of work that you do. That's sort of what's going on here. Somewhere down the line, this woman thought that she was going to get ahead of the offices of the WWE because of certain acts that she does. And all of a sudden, because she didn't earn those acts, she didn't earn those positions, she didn't earn any of these things that were coming to her other than just, well, for the sake of pleasure, sort of say, right? Not for the sake of performance or the sake of the fact that they are a valuable employee to the company. It's not that at all. So, again, it begs to the question, are some of these people deluded or do these people have an agenda, which, by the way, in a very understandable agenda, because let's be honest, right? With the Harvey Weinstein situation that is going on, with the P. Diddy situation that is going on, we sort of understand that there is this ever, how do I say this? It's a constant thing in every generation and in every time period and era where there is a power dynamic between a boss and an employee. And somewhere in between that, there are sexual favors that are to be exchanged as a result. Okay? This is nothing new. Again, who is to blame is the real question. Is it the accuser or is it Vince McMahon? Because I agree that what Vince McMahon did, and if you read those, I'm not even going to repeat anything on this channel about what Vince McMahon did. This is not the type of channel for you to get that type of gruesome details of what Vince did. I urge you to look it up. I'm not going to tell you. Now, as disgusting as those details are, it doesn't mean that Vince McMahon is guilty of anything other than just being a deviant in the way that he performs what he does in his private time. Okay? He's a deviant at that. But is there actual real sexual harassment going on in this? In my humble opinion, and you could disagree with me if you want, you could write on the comments below and tell me otherwise. I'm just going to say that no. This is a woman that volunteered herself into these positions. There's no person out there in the WWE that's putting a gun to your head. It's not a mafia. It's not a gang. It's not the cartel. It's not any of these people that have some sort of dangerous incentives to do harm to you in a very brutal way due to reprisals if not compliant. That's not what's going on here. What is going on here is a person that didn't like their end of the bargain in terms of what it is that they got out of the relationship. Now, here's another thing that I think is really important to point out. Vince McMahon, the deviant, disgusting human that he is, went out and spread the pictures for all the WWE employees, all the talent, i.e. the wrestlers, and everyone involved. Is he wrong for that? 100% he's wrong for that. But then again, maybe that's the reason why they have this lawsuit in the first place. So as I'm watching the interview between Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin, I had noticed that Vladimir Putin would often reference, let's say, past Russian lands that they have conquered or their particular anniversary. that they have imprinted in world's history as having a 1,000-year-old nation that they can claim within that chronological order. Now, why is that important to understand? I mean, first and foremost, we know that Conor McGregor has met with Vladimir Putin, if you remember, back in 2018 when I believe they had some sort of FIFA tournament going on there, or maybe even the World Cup in and of itself. But nonetheless, that was a prelude to the Conor McGregor and the Khabib undisputed 155 championship fight, in which Conor McGregor was coming off of a Floyd Mayweather match, if you guys had remember, back in 2017. But either way, the one question remains is that, are they going to make a 165-pound belt for Conor and Chandler just so they can create a new division, and not only that, give some sort of stake of claim for Conor McGregor to even boost their company's entire bottom dollar? You know, imagine just Conor being a champion, a 3-world champion. And how about this? What if he is somehow going to be scheduled for UFC 300 and not the past 300, 301, or 302? Then you got to consider that it's going to be symbolic. He's going to be a 3-weight world champion in UFC 300. And it's a great marketing sell for the UFC. Here's a couple of issues, though. The UFC has yet to announce anything that is going on with his fights. Now, why is that problematic? For one, we're keeping Conor very inactive. This is going to somehow, in some kind of capacity, hinder his skills as he's going to move forward into his career. There's just no denying that. That's just what you're going to face with inactivity, and the fact that he has all these negotiation issues going on with the UFC. Or is it that the UFC sort of understands that this guy right here is debilitated due to his drug use, and they're just not putting it out there because of, well, public scrutiny that either Conor McGregor or the UFC will face? But I got to tell you, back in the days, it wasn't like this on his come up, because I got to tell you, those times right there that you're going to see highlights from BT Sports, TNT Sports, RTE Sports TV up in Ireland and elsewhere in ESPN, all those old school highlights and films that you've seen him in his prime, I think is going to live forever. And again, going back to the beginning of the content, this is why I referenced Vladimir Putin shouting out and referencing all the accomplishments of the Russian Empire in order to solidify, let's say, what they are doing in Ukraine at the current moment of time, or to justify their claim to certain lands and certain resources within Ukraine that used to be a former Russian state or part of the Russian Empire. And this is in the same way that the UFC could potentially justify a title shot or an inaugural 165 belt for Conor McGregor based on the fact that he has a certain lineage of titles and accomplishments, and real heavy accomplishments that brought the company a lot of money. If you remember when he became the double champ, so how much more now that he becomes the triple champ coming into UFC 300. That right there is an important marketing sell for the UFC if they were to pull that off. But the problem is, all that we're doing right now is just looking back at all of his past accomplishments, because we really are unsure of when he's going to come back. Because, again, I could be wrong. An announcement for his fight could somehow come at any given time, maybe even this week, maybe even next week, maybe even further into next month, or maybe in the upcoming months. The bottom line that you have to understand is this. The UFC has their reason as to why he is not being signed to a fight right now. And that could be a multitude of reasons that we really have to consider. One, the contract negotiations. They have to be very careful about how they are going to make these contract negotiations and meetings with Conor McGregor, because you got to take into consideration the guy has very few years left, especially if you want to continue to compete in the lower weight classes. Maybe the 165 division may be a much more healthier option for him, just based on the fact that he is getting older. And what better way to get older than to move up a weight class? That's really the most that he can do, right? And not only that, it's great for the UFC, but also they're also considering increasing 170 as 175, which I think is really interesting in and of itself, right? So 170 is going to continue to be the division that it was. They're going to keep the lineage that comes from that particular weight class. However, what is different and what they're going to do that's a bit unique is, well, they're going to add 5 pounds over to the original weight class that it was contested for, which, by the way, isn't really the worst thing in the world. You know how many people there are that pretty much get into these situations of, let's say, weight drain or just extra weight cuts that they don't need, right? Which creates a different dynamic, total different dynamic in terms of how they're going to strategize with weight classes. But again, the variations of that, I guess, really just depends on different fighters and, you know, and their different body structures or where they are at in terms of their particular weight. But okay, that's neither here or there, right? We're not here to talk about how this new weight class is going to pretty much be different or not so different, or how it's going to affect different fighters, but rather understanding the trajectory of Conor McGregor's career right now. So who this guy is right now is not who he was. And let me give you guys a rational explanation or a very good comparison to this. For one, take this into effect. Everlast, the rapper who was also a country blues singer later down his career, right? So he basically lived 2 different careers. He was his rap star from House of Pain, if you guys remember the song Jump Around. And then he was also a blues singer with the song You Don't Know What It's Really Like, which, by the way, is one of the biggest hit songs that you could probably hear in random rock stations around the United States, if not around the world. So Everlast says that when he was in a Joe Rogan podcast, he explained to Joe, saying that, you know what, this particular song is not really something that I own, which I think is really interesting. What does he mean by that? What he means was that now that song is so commercial and so well known that it belongs to the universe. Well, guess what? This is the same comparison that I have for Conor McGregor. All the accomplishments that he's done with a 13-second knockout with Jose Aldo, the 2 exciting fights that he's had with Conor McGregor, even though one of them was a loss. Also, to take into consideration the fights that he's had with Eddie Alvarez, also being able to get a boxing fight with Mayweather and the lead up to it. He's had an illustrious career, even with Khabib. A big loss in his career, yet one of the biggest paydays of his life. Nonetheless, all of these things that Conor McGregor has accomplished and has accumulated all throughout his career, including the Cage Warriors double championship as he multiplied and redid in the UFC, is all legendary. But the problem is he doesn't own it anymore. So now the same Conor McGregor that we are seeing today, it's not the same guy that we knew back in 2014, 15, 2016, the height of his career. And even after that, after 17 through 2018 and 19, we started seeing a dwindle, which, by the way, it really band-aided the situation when he beat Donald Cerrone. And I got to tell you why. Because it proved nothing. Conor with the type of notoriety that he has, he deserves title fights, but he has to continuously win these big matchups like the Dustin Poirier fight. He had to win that in order for us to say that, you know what, the only man that could have truly beat Conor McGregor was Khabib at 155 and a blown up Nate Diaz, who is not a real 155er. And even that, they both fought at 170, which gave the edge to Nate Diaz. So you can constantly make an argument for Conor McGregor. And then on top of that, the submission loss that he's had against Duffy early in his career, and then that Ivan guy who is now a 125er or doesn't even fight anymore, but pretty much ended his career as a 125 fighter. Those two submissions you can pretty much forgive, right? Early in his career, all he needed to do was just win against Dustin Poirier. He didn't, with two different circumstances that come to play, right? One, the Donald Cerrone fight, I told you, band-aided the entire career of Conor McGregor. We didn't really see what was wrong. We didn't really understand what he needed to fix, because guess what? Donald Cerrone's got great jiu-jitsu, but he's got great stand-up, and we already know that at the time, Conor McGregor was the best stand-up fighter in MMA. That was until Khabib knocked him over with that overhand right, which, by the way, started the dwindle of his career. And here we are now in the present time. So now there's still many unknowns for Conor McGregor, and that's all that I can really spew. All right, so we are on right now for the first fight of the main card, which is between Duncan versus Manuel El Loco Torres. Let's go. Chris Duncan versus Manuel Torres. First fight of the main card. So here we go. After 7 hours later, here we are in the first main card fight of the UFC, about to commence right now. Here we go. 453, 452, 451. Trading right away, and Chris Duncan just hurt Manuel Marquez. He backs him up, attempts a high kick, misses, but then gets a knee while he's in a clinch position, and now Duncan is still shooting for a single leg. He gets him down. Real strong pace in the very beginning of the opening round right now. Yeah, shout out to the crowd arriving very early for some of the early prelims. Duncan tries to take him down, gets reversed. Now Manuel Torres is in the side control position, but now catches his back. And this seems to be the common theme of the night. Oh, here we go. Rear naked choke. Rear naked choke attempt by Manuel Torres. Is he going to get it? Oh, it looks really tight. He's tapping. He's tapping. Good job by Manuel Torres. He just got that first round submission right there. Great job. Great job. All right. So, first fight of the main card is already down, and we are moving on to the next fight of the night, which is going to be Yasmin Yaguri versus Sam Hughes. Yay. And then, of course, after that is a much more exciting fight in Raul Rojas taking on Ricky Turquoise. That's going to be good. Here's Brendan Royval walking in right now. Former LFA strawweight champion taking on Brendan Moreno tonight. Man, Yair Rodriguez should have been the main event, but whatever. Yeah, legit UFC prospect, huh? All right. Haragi, that's how you pronounce her name. Okay. Sam Rampage Hughes. What a nickname. Quite an interesting nickname, huh? So a lot of commercial breaks they have in between the fights, don't they? So you know what? Let me find a video for you guys to play and watch in the meantime. Let me see here. All right, here we go. We are now going to commence in the second fight of the main card for UFC Mexico. Here we go. Sam Hughes taking on, what's this girl's name? Aragi. That's how you pronounce her name. Okay, here we go. Aragi. All right, tapping in. Let's go, baby. Yeah, let's be honest, right? I'm not excited about this particular card. But again, a fight is a fight. You never know what type of fights each of them are going to produce. And here we are, 7 hours and 42 minutes into the stream. By the way, I've been streaming. So I believe the corner of Hughes is telling her to circle around. Good exchange on the clinches right there. 342, 340 in the first round. One-two by El-Kheer. Front kick. Front kick attempted by Hughes. Ole, ole, the crowd's yelling, ole, 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 ole. Every soccer culture loves that ole sound, don't they? The Spanish love it, the English love it. If you're part of some kind of, yeah, some kind of soccer culture, they're gonna be into stuff like that. So, all right, halfway into the first round right now. Who do you guys have it so far? So far, not yeah, it's tied. It's tied between Hughes and her. Yeah, it's tied right now. Unless Hughes makes something different. Oh, she gets rocked right there. Yeah, Hughes can't back up like this if she wants to take Urigu to the ground. I'm just gonna call her that, Urigu. It's very hard to pronounce her name. Now she's got her clinched up against the fence, as she should. Saif Saud giving some instructions to Hughes right there, giving her instructions to go to your right, shift to your right. Telling her to feint and go right in. All right, there it is. End of the first round. All right. Second round coming up. Here we go. UFC 299 with Marlon Vera and Sean O'Malley. There we go. Aragi throwing some shots right there in the pocket. We go, taking the center of the octagon right now. Little high kick by Iargi. All right. Back in the center of the octagon right now. 325, 324 of the second round. So far, I'd probably give the first round to Hughes. But I mean, your guy is giving her a lot of great combinations here, so I don't know. But that is a second round, so there it is. Hughes got her back up on the fence right now. High kick by Hughes. Oh, I'm sorry, you're a guy. Superman punch attempt. Yeah, Hughes hasn't been really throwing a lot of hard shots or anything significant for me to really give her any of, at least in this particular round. Now, she did a great job circling around in the first round, but that's sometimes not enough. Round, yeah, final round right there, about to move into round 3. All right, had to rock the headphones for this one just so I take out any particular sound setting from the other screen so that I don't get copyrighted issues or whatnot. All right, so here we go. Third and final round. How about this? Next Saturday's already March. Rosenstruck taking on Gaziev. And then not too far from that, it's going to be Ramadan, inshallah. Here we go. Front kick by Jurge. 1-2 shot. Low kick by Hughes. You're going on jabs right now. Oh, yeah. You're our guys really throwing some combinations here. Real good combinations. Now, Hughes has some great angles all throughout the fight, especially with the coaching of Saif Saud. Oh, knocks her down right there. All right, here we go. Halfway of the third round and 2:30 minutes left into this contest right here. Yeah, primarily a kickboxing match. Hasn't really been a lot of wrestling exchanges. 1-2, 1-2. It's just boxing and kickboxing match is basically what we're seeing right now. There looks like to be a little bit of a shot attempt there. Saud is telling Sam Hughes to switch southpaw if she can. .130 left, and Saud, the coach of Sam Hughes, is telling her to empty the gas tank right now. Oh, catches a kick right there and throws a 1-2 at her. Yeah, Hughes didn't win this fight at all. Hughes definitely did not win this fight. Last 20 seconds of this fight, and we are going to the judges' scorecards. I highly doubt any of these ladies pull off a finish from here. And there it is. That is the end of the fight. We will wait for the official decision. All right. So, yeah, Yasmin Yaragay won that fight, and rightfully so. She was just more of the active fighter, did most of the work, and deserved that win wholeheartedly. So, there's no argument in that. Now, next matchup, Rahul Rojas, the young phenom, taking on Ricky Turquoise, coming up next. Meantime, I'm going to show you guys, continue to show you my training video right here. Here we go. All right. So there it is. We have Michael Venom Page debuting in UFC 299 Miami, taking on Kevin Holland. That's a great matchup. I mean, look, Michael Venom Page is the literal meaning of British swag. The way that he fights reminds me a lot of Prince Nassim. And, you know, the British, over the years, they started developing that really elusive fighting style from the days of Prince Nassim, now all the way to the days of Tyson Fury, and now all the way into the days of Michael Venom Page. So here we go. This big matchup that we've been waiting on. Raul Rojas taking on Ricky Turquoise coming up next. I thought, what's his name is on next. So are they switching the cards around? Or if you guys look at the main card on the UFC's Google UFC, let me show you guys. This is what I'm seeing right now. Let me see if you guys are seeing the same thing. Take a look at this. This is what I'm seeing, right? The rest of the main card is not on there. Yair and Ortega and then Royval and Moreno are not there. So, oh, they got canceled. Oh, snap. This fight got canceled. Why did this fight get canceled? Okay, let's check this out. Oh, yeah, I was really looking forward to this fight, man. This fight got canceled? Why get canceled? Let's find out. Raul Rojas Jr., why did this get canceled? Let's find out why this fight got canceled. Okay, due to illness? No. Let's not play that because the UFC is very okay, let's take a look at this. UFC's Noche 306. Okay. Let's check this out. They didn't say why. Okay, well, it's just an illness. So maybe somebody got sick or somebody was having a cold of some sort. You know, these things happen. We're all human. It happens. It is what it is. But so far now, we're going to see Daniel Zellhuber taking on Francisco Prada. This is a good fight, too. Obviously, two top prospects. But the Rojas fight, I feel, was just one of those fights where they just wanted to bring in this kid to basically mess this kid up, and that was it. So, but who knows? Who knows if that's the case or not? So, all right. Daniel Zellhuber is about to do the damn thing right now. All right. Let's type that in to let the crowd know. Ricky Rojas versus Ricky fight canceled due to illness. Prado versus Daniel Z is up next. So we basically have 3 fights left into the card, which is Daniel Zellhuber versus Prado. Then after that, it's going to be Brian Ortega. basically the start of this stream that I built around because of the review that I did for his movie, The Tax Collector. And then, of course, Brendan Moreno taking on Brandon Royval, which Brendan Moreno should really be out there sponsored by Legos. That guy loves Legos. So we'll find out. We'll see. All right. First round between Zellhuber and Prado. 4:03, 4:02. 4 minutes in, or 4 minutes left, actually. Nice high kick by Prado right there, making Zellhuber go backwards. Low kick by Zellhuber. Winds up on that one, dips right into an overhand right. They say Zellhuber looks like Ryan Garcia, sort of like a bigger version of him, isn't he? You know what I'm saying? Like, here we go. He gets through right there in that shot. Boom. Right to the body. And now he's pushing Zellhuber up against the fence after those exchanges. A low kick by Prado right there. Nice body kick by Prado right there. Yeah, 4 jabs by Zellhuber right there. Yeah, so whenever they're in this resting position or whenever they're at least fighting in range, Zellhuber can reach him in ways that Prado has to, whereas a shorter fighter, they really have to work a lot harder to close the range, which is what Prado has to do right now with 123, 122 left of the first round. And Prado right there with a straight shot, and Prado comes back right in with a body kick, and then he backs him right up. You see the way that Zellhuber is being backed up against the fence like this. This is not good for, let's say, a taller fighter. The taller fighter should not be in this position. Or at least ideally, it's not the best for that fighter to be in that position. And there you go. Zellhuber switching stances right here. Good round so far. I'm going to have to give that to Prado on that one. Prado gave a good account of himself in that first round. Not only that, just overall pushed him back, hit him with more shots. Zellhuber did pretty good, but not the way Prado did. All right, here we go. Round 2. Body kick by Zellhuber right there. There we go. Prado's constantly getting himself into these close range positions. Nice jab by Zellhuber right there. Busted up the nose of Prado. Using that range really well. Now he's got him backed up. His eyes busted big time, and now he's just, there we go. Misses with that spinning back kick. Very good bloody fight so far. I'm sure the local crowd is loving this. Their hometown guy or their home countryman is doing the damn business right now. There it is. Another straight shot going in. 3:37 left of the second round. I can see Zellhuber getting a finish right here. He continues the trajectory of these straight shots, and they just keep connecting and connecting. I think he's going to put him away eventually. And there we go. That knee right there just, but man, Prado's not going anywhere, man. He is just taking these shots. Another knee. Real blood coming out of Prado right now. There we go. Good shots by Zellhuber here. Real good shots. Another straight punch right there by Zellhuber. He's really getting the most out of his hits right here with the straight punches. Front kicks. Spinning back fist by Prado. Yeah, I'm telling you, Prado was doing good when he was closing the range on Zellhuber, but eventually, I just think the distance and the range of Zellhuber is just really effective in this fight right now. So oh, straight shot by Zellhuber again. Wow. Prado's face is busted up bad right now. Look at this. Look at this eye right here. So, eye's looking really bad right now. His corner is asking him all guts right now. He said, "You don't need your eyes in. You don't need your eyes, basically, in the fight," is what he's telling him. He's telling him to get close, and that's how he's going to win this fight, according to his corner. The doctor is checking his eyes right now, examining him. Let's see what's up. Dominic Cruz jokes, says that eyes are overrated. Real swollen eyes there. Are they going to let him continue? Okay, está bien. The doctor said, all right, that means we're ready to go. So let him go at it. All right, third and final round. Here we go. Zellhuber opens up with a jab front kick, 451, 450, 449. Front kick by Zellhuber. High kick. He goes high right there and gets right at him into the jaw. Front kick to the face by Zellhuber right there. Again, really using his range effectively. Yeah, the jab has definitely been a problem for Prada here. Oh, another shot to the eye right there by Zellhuber into Prado. Spinning back fist right there, misses. Oh, uppercut by Zellhuber right there. Good shot. But a hook lands for Prado as well. Yeah, Prado has a hard time connecting with those big punches because obviously he doesn't have the height to really close the range in. And if you're going to be a shorter fighter fighting like this, you have to have more of the explosive ability. You have to be a lot faster than the other guy. That's just really the way there is to it. There goes a knee by Zellhuber right there. And just continuing the course. I think he's just going to continue this course with jab, jab, and then a few times he'll throw the front kick, maybe even throw kicks here and there. We got about 209, 208, 207 left in the third round. And we got about 2 fights left in this entire card as I've gone on and done about an 8-hour stream so far. So 8 to 9 hour stream. Looks like we're going to head into the 9-hour point. 8 hours and 33 minutes, 34 minutes to be exact right now. I've been live covering both the PFL and the UFC. I figured, hey, you know what? If you want to break into YouTube and you want people to like and subscribe to your channel, then this is what you got to do. You got to do what other people are not doing. MMA Guru said that he wasn't going to be doing the PFL and the UFC. Well, guess what? I'm going to do the PFL and the UFC, and that right there should be enough for you to at least give me a like and subscribe on that, like button down below, if you kindly please. Thank you. So here we are, 1 minute and 9 seconds left into the final round of this contest, and Zellhuber has this in the bank. He may not be able to finish him. Obviously, there was a doctor checkup in between the second going into the third round, and the doctor said that he was good to go. And here we are, 50 seconds left into the entire fight. And yes, Prado's, there it is, a head kick connects right there. Here we go, double jab, doubling it up, and then he's switching stances. $30 left into the final stretch of this fight. Body kick by Zellhuber. Yeah, Zellhuber is going to be a problem for a lot of lightweights that are not going to be tall enough to handle him. I tell you what, I'd love to see how he would do against Jalen Turner, or maybe even, who was the guy earlier tonight that fought that was a long lightweight? There it is, the final horn. Yeah, Zellhuber. Yeah, they go to distance, and that's that, man. Again, really badly damaged for Prado in that fight. But you know what? He's young. This is one of those first fights where he took really significant damage. He can come back and bounce from it. But great on Zellhuber for being able to use his range, use his striking effectively. But not only that, just stay the course. Because, look, I'm going to tell you guys, right? Not all tall fighters can fight like that. You look at a guy like that, and if you're a tall guy yourself, you think, oh, you know what? Maybe I could do something in the UFC or do something in the career of MMA. Well, the reality is you have to be very disciplined in the way that you exchange courses in the middle of the fight. For example, when you take a look at, let's say, Stefan Struge in the heavyweight division, he was the tallest heavyweight in the history of the UFC, 7 foot tall, but he didn't fight like he was 7 foot tall. You look at John Jones, he fights exactly like he's 7 foot tall. He's 6'4", but he fights like he's 7 feet because he has the reach of a person that's 7 feet, but also knows how to stay the course, meaning knows how to fight in a very disciplined and methodical manner. And here's what we have right here. Excited for this one too, UFC Miami. I'm assuming that president that we can't talk about that always loves to go in UFC fights is probably going to show up there, but you never know. All right, here we go for the official decision. All right. Impressive win. Impressive win for Zellhuber in that one. Real impressive win. Again, like what I said, guys, he stayed right in the course. He did what he was supposed to do. He fought exactly like how the taller fighter should. And look at Marab right there. Check out Marab dressed in a Mexican outfit. He brought the Mexican flag in a way to kind of diss Henry Cejudo. I mean, some would argue Henry Cejudo isn't really Mexican. He's Mexican by heritage, but American by nationality, because who did he win the Olympics for? America or Mexico? And, just the reality of it. It's not, trash talking in any way, is it? I mean, it's just really the reality of it. He's an American fighter with a Mexican heritage, just like Nick and Nate Diaz. They are Mexican American fighters. They are American fighters with a Mexican heritage, and that's all there is to it. All right. Next matchup, we got Yair Rodriguez taking on Brian Ortega. And then Brandon Moreno taking on Brandon Royval, the two Brandons. Let's go, Brandon. But which one? But first, the co-main event. The fight that I'm probably more excited about than the main event is Ortega and Yair Rodriguez. So the last time these two guys fought, I got to tell you, so the last time they fought, man, I got to say that I was in New York when this happened, right? I was watching this fight while I was in a car driving down from New Jersey down to Washington, D.C. So, yeah, I remember I was in Washington, D.C. this day when I was watching this fight. And I was watching it on my phone. And I thought to myself, was like, wow, this fight sort of ended early, right? Because of the shoulder injury. Obviously, it was a lackluster win for Yair Rodriguez. But nonetheless, here's Brian Ortega coming back a couple of years later to really redeem himself. So, again, this is what makes this fight really interesting. It's a grudge match, but it's also a matchup between Yair Rodriguez and Ortega. What it is really a matchup of, how do I say this? Unfinished business, right? We got a lot of unfinished business in this fight, so we're going to see what we can offer for this one right here. There it is, our advertising International Fight Week that is going to happen for the 2024 Hall of Fame ceremony. It's going to be interesting. All right. UFC 2024 in Las Vegas. All right, here we go. A little promo for Brian Ortega and Yair Rodriguez, the Mexican American versus the real Mexican. So his shoulder popped out when that was happening at the time, right? So a lot of people were like, okay, it's lackluster, but at the same time, who sort of caused that to happen, right? Yair was sort of pulling in on him. So yeah, so he's been recovering this whole time. So it's a really good redemption story. Really, this is what kind of makes me excited about this particular matchup. Yeah, Yair Rodriguez is some of the best karate and taekwondo I've seen in MMA. This is going to be really interesting to see how he gets down on this one. Wow, how about that elbow that he had against Zombie at that time? That was awesome. I saw that live. Actually, I was what? Wow, I couldn't believe it. It was amazing. It was also a UFC Mexico card as well. All right, and Yair Rodriguez obviously ends that video promo to sort of signify that he is the A side in this, considering that he won the last fight, and this fight is taking place in his home country. How about this? Brian Ortega walking out to some mariachi music. Wouldn't expect this. I wonder what the type of music he usually walks out to. Check out Brian Ortega with some Dutch braids going on right now. From Los Angeles, California, Brian Ortega. That is the interesting question in here, isn't it? Is how will he deal with this high altitude that they're fighting under? Because remember, man, Kane used to be known as Cardio Kane and all that. And then all of a sudden, Cardio Kane became sea level Kane because that was really the only place that he could perform. He couldn't do any of that in at high elevation. Is Brian Ortega the same? And again, this is a different matchup than their first original fight that they had in New York, which, by the way, was a main event. This is when they really just started opening up fight nights in different regions of the world, like what they're doing here with this Mexico card. Yeah, definitely one of the best grappling in this whole entire division. All right, here we go. The entrance of Yair Rodriguez. Walking out with real Mexican music right here, authentic Mexican music. This is the type of music that I would hear when I walk into, let's say, a random, restaurant that's Mexican themed around. I mean, we have so many Mexican restaurants across, across California. It's not even funny. It's it's like the most common food you can find out here, and this is the type of music you would hear if you roll up in there. Sometimes, depending on how super fancy it is, they'll even have like a mariachi band playing up in there, and it sort of feels that same vibe as well. Chihuahua, Mexico's own Yair Rodriguez. The former interim champion now taking on Brian Ortega. I'm really interested to see how this matchup is going to go and how this matchup is going to unfold. Yair Rodriguez hugging his parents before he walks into the cage. Yes, great comparison. He definitely is a lot like Michael Venom Page. Ooh, am I excited to see Michael Venom Page get into the UFC now? We've seen Michael Venom Page fight before, especially if you're a hardcore fan. But to see him fight at a capacity of the UFC, I think is better because it's the highest competition. And look, it's Kevin Holland, for crying out loud. Kevin Holland is going to be up in your face talking to you, smack talking to you, doing all types of things. It's going to be great, man. So big ups to that. Yeah, I wonder what type of strategy Brian is going to try to imply here for this fight. Yeah, Yair Rodriguez is sort of a nomad in that particular concept, isn't he? He's training in different parts of the United States. He trains in Mexico. He comes back and forth. But tonight we are in Mexico City, and here we are. All right, here's a tail of the tape. 31, Yair. 33, Brian. 5'11", 5'8", 146 pounds, 69-inch reach for Brian, 71-inch reach for Rodriguez. And here we are. We are about to commence battle. As Bruce Buffer says, ladies and gentlemen, this is the special 5 rounds co-main event of the evening. Oh, it's a 5-round co-main event. How about that? This is 5 rounds. Okay. I could rock with that. 5 rounds. Because you know what? The first fight that they had going on in New York, it was supposed to be 5 rounds. And obviously, we were robbed of that. Whatever you want to call it. Maybe Yair caused it by the arm triangle that he was trying to cause on him. But either way, not arm triangle, but a triangle on his arm. Brian T-City Ortega. And now, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter holding professional record, 16 wins, 4 losses, 1 no contest. Fighting Yair Pantera Rodriguez. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brian. Represent LA, California. Mark Goddard is a referee. Wait, what's going on? Brian Ortega sort of hurt his leg while he was jumping after he was being announced. And then they're saying that he sort of favored it. Ooh, this is going to be real interesting as we go into this fight. Here we go. 5-round fight, 5-round limit or less. Hopefully less. Oh, he jumped and stumbled. Oh wow. Okay, he was starting to favor that after he did that jump after the Bruce Buffer the Bruce Buffer announcement. Here we go. He's walking into Yair Rodriguez, closing the distance to get away from his kickboxing range, which is what Yair is notorious for. And how do you do that? Well, what was that? Hard kick from Rodriguez there. I don't think Rodriguez even notices that Brian Ortega may have gotten injured from that. Okay, there we go. This is a little oh, what is that? He rocked Brian Ortega. Oh my goodness. Brian Ortega tries to go for a single leg. Now they're in a body lock position after Ortega getting rocked. Now he's throwing some bad knees on him. Now he's got Brian Ortega backed up. He's got him hurt bad right here. Wow, front kick. Yair is going to mess up Ortega. It looks like that, right, Emron? It looks like it's right in that trajectory right now. Look at this. And then on top of that, you got to take into consideration. Oh, wow, that hurt. Okay, this is not going 5 rounds, guys. This is definitely not going to go 5 rounds at all. Yeah, his nose is busted up really badly as well. And we're only literally within the first 2 minutes of the fight right now. All right, here we go. 2, 44, 43, 42. 1-2 by Yair Rodriguez right there. Body kick by Brian Ortega. Low kick by Yair Rodriguez. Come on, Brian. You know what? I don't want to see Brian get messed up. I'm going to be honest with you. I want Brian Ortega to win this. Because, Brian Ortega was on the Mr. Criminal podcast, and I was too. So, oh, no, Brian. Fob versus Fob. Nah, man. You know what? Brian is the Mexican-American here, and, Yair is the real Fob. Man, I'm telling you, I'm surprised Brian Ortega even knows Spanish, to be quite honest with you. So, yeah, Yair is a real Fob here. So, Here we go. He's getting ground and pounded right now. Almost looking like Khabib on Conor on that tip of like, yeah, let's talk. Let's talk now. Let's talk now. Yeah, man. Like I was saying earlier, Emron, when this fight first happened, the first fight they had was in New York in 2022 in July 2016. I was driving from New Jersey all the way down to Washington D.C. I remember someone asked me that day. He's like, "Hey, are you going to that fight live in New York?" I'm like, "No, I'm going to Washington D.C. I just happen to be in the East Coast region at the time." But then, yeah, that's what happened. Yair got him in some sort of triangle choke in some way, caught his arm, snapped it up, and then Brian Ortega wasn't able to continue. So it was like a lackluster TKO. But at the same time, let's be real, Yair Rodriguez caused that to happen. Now here comes Brian Ortega with a body lock with 35 seconds left. After this round, this fight would have lasted longer than their first original fight back in the summer of 2022. And here we are now. Brian Ortega takes him down to the ground. All right, here we go. Still a few seconds left into this fight, into this round. Brian Ortega actually ends with a mount position. How about that? Now, it didn't look good in the first minute of the fight, or even before the fight, where he jumped up in the air and sort of hurt himself while Bruce Buffer was announcing him. Funny enough, Bruce Buffer also had a similar injury, jumping up in the air, doing exactly that. Man. And then on top of that, he had to battle through some adversity by taking some shots from Yair Rodriguez, exploiting that bad leg of Ortega. But then Ortega sort of came back at the end of the first round. I don't know who to give that first round to. I'm going to probably have to say Yair because he had the but then again, man, Brian Ortega mounted him. And see, here's the thing. This is why MMA scoring is so subjective, because I highly rate mounting someone. If you can mount someone, boy, I'm telling you, that's not easy to do. If any of you guys ever trained grappling or been in jiu-jitsu or have done MMA or anything like that, bro, I'm telling you, mounting someone is not the easiest thing in the world to do. And he was able to do that right now. So I don't know, man. You know what? I'm going to give that fight a 10-10 or a 9-9. I don't know how, what do you call it? A tied score is. I don't know if you're allowed to tie a score. Okay, I'm going to give it a 10-10 for both men on that one. But here we go, round two, where this fight can literally take place anywhere right now. Body kick by Yair Rodriguez. And Brian's corner, Gracie, is telling him to take away those weapons. In what way? I think what he means is closing the distance like this. And then as he's closing the distance and not giving him any space, see, there it is. It works. When you're not giving Yair Rodriguez space, he's not as dangerous as you think that he is. And Brian Ortega is doing exactly that. He's walking right into his shield and not showing him any respect in terms of the close range, which, by the way, is sort of ironic because you know what a lot of Mexican fighters are known for is fighting close range. Close range punching right into the body. Okay, he breaks away from that clinch. Brian Ortega attempts a double leg. And he's okay. Now he's got him in a guillotine choke as he picked up Yair Rodriguez, now slammed down to the ground. Yeah, Ortega is safe from this guillotine position. It's not, I'll tell you, guillotines are not effective at the half guard position. Now, here's the thing. Have I submitted people in practice and elsewhere in half guard positions? Yeah, but that's because, man, come on, man. You know, you're talking to a guy that can sled push, 400 to 500 pounds. Of course, I'm going to submit somebody in a half guard position. But if you're a normal person, guess what? You're not going to submit them that easily. Right? You need to be in a full guard position in order to really extenuate that pressure. So here we go, 2:55 of the second round. Here goes Brian Ortega, ground and pounding him now. So once again, a very even fight, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, Ortega's definitely in control right now. Going with his bread and butter and what he does best, which is what? This right here. This is what he does best. Now he's ground and pounding him as he is clinching up the back of his head in a plumb position in a half guard. All right, 140, 139. Here we go, a little ground and pound by Brian Ortega here. Wrist controlling him in a full stack position. Oh, he's got Ortega busted up right now from those elbow shots. Good on Brian Ortega. So far, the significant strikes of the first round was with Rodriguez. And this one right here, it's quite even in the second round. So it'll be interesting to see if they even make it out to the third round and how this fight is going to go. They're just stacking up that guard position right there. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yair Rodriguez is badly cut in this fight right now. All right. We got about 13 seconds left. And look at Brian Ortega going off right here. All right. Round 2 is over. Going into the third round next. That one, objectively speaking, you got to give that to Brian Ortega. No doubt about that. That's Brian Ortega's round. Straight up. He's telling him to build a base. In other words, keep the range up in order for him to play his game. See, so far, you haven't really seen Yair play his game at his best. And what do I mean by that? Usually, the best game that Yair has to offer is these high-flying, dynamic kicks that he usually does. Now, the unfortunate thing about it is, well, Brian Ortega is sort of getting up close and personal with him. And there it is. Now he's occupying a space again. He's just walking forward at him. Okay, there it is now with a high kick. See, every time Ortega does try to close the distance, he does have to suffer along the way in terms of the shots that he's taking from Yair coming in close range. But when he actually gets in this position to where he's able to close to range, he's actually successful at it. Look at this. He takes him down. Well, first off, before he takes him down, he clinches him up, pushes him up against the fence, and now he takes him down. And now he's in full mount position. You're in Brian Ortega's world. This guy is a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu black belt. This is what he does best. And here we go. Arm triangle. He's got it locked up tight. He's got this. He's got this. Brian Ortega. Brian Ortega has now submitted Yair Rodriguez, and I believe Mark Goddard had to pull him off a little late there, or he just needed one opening, and that was it. Great job on Brian Ortega. How about that? One of the stars of the tax collector, Wid Conhejo, Mr. Criminal, Shia LaBeouf. And the main guy in that movie, I don't even know what his name is, honestly. I don't even know what his real name is. Was he anyone known? But I don't know, man. You know what? Look at this. The Mexican crowd giving him some love as well. So Brian Ortega, man, he had a lot of tough situations coming into this fight. So congratulations to Brian Ortega for really pulling it off. Incredible performance for Brian Ortega. Goes to mount, gets an elbow, and then gets an arm triangle, transitions into side control from the arm triangle position, and that was that. There it is, man. You know, this is the highest level of competition. And Yair Rodriguez found out the hard way, and Brian Ortega got himself his redemption story. The main event coming up next. All right, here we go. They are about to announce the winner. Congratulations to Brian Ortega on this one. All right, they're asking him about the ankle right now when he jumped on it during the announcement. Awesome, awesome. He said, God will bless you for the same people that try to shame you. How about that? Wow, amazing. Look, can you imagine the adversity that Brian Ortega had to go through, right? You want to talk about almost a 2-year stint of not being in the UFC, right? On top of that, you got to take into consideration all the doubters that Brian Ortega had to face as a result of it. And then tonight, to add insult to injury, no pun intended, guess what? He had to fight through that ankle injury that was self induced while he was getting announced before the fight, not even done or injured during training camp. So, a great story for Brian Ortega. By the way, on this 9-hour stream that I've been doing all day, you guys should take a look at the movie review that I did when I was covering the PFL about 8 hours ago, 8 hours prior to this stream of this 10-hour stream that I'm doing. Hey guys, like and subscribe, because I tell you what, there's not a lot of YouTubers out there that are doing 10-hour streams right now while doing 2 major MMA events in the same day. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm still going to be on for the main event. Stay tuned for the main event because it's coming on soon. Great job for Brian Ortega. I'm very proud of him, man. I'm very proud to have been able to cover this and be here live to, yeah. And by the way, I was wrong about Brian Ortega. He really is good at Spanish. Yeah, how about this? Him possibly facing. He said we'll talk about that later. I'm going to give you guys a show. Very awesome. All right. Great job on Brian Ortega. All right. Next, coming up is the main event. And we will be here soon for all the coverage of this fight. Here we go. I love how they sort of show or let you guys hear the crowd as they are playing the promo video at the current moment of time.
Say it. Say that shit. Hurry up. Nigga, say fuck El-Kheer. Say fuck El-Kheer. Hurry up, nigga. Say fuck El-Kheer. Say it, nigga. Say fuck El-Kheer. Hurry up. Nigga, hurry up. Okay. Say fuck El-Kheer. Fuck you, hurry up, nigga. Say fuck. All right, say fuck El-Kheer. Say fuck El-Kheer. Hey, y'all some high school. Say fuck El. Say fuck. I'll slap you. Where say that shit? Say fuck El-Kheer. Hold up, bro. Say it. Say that shit. Hurry up. Nigga, say fuck El-Kheer. Say fuck El-Kheer. Hurry up, nigga. Say fuck El-Kheer. Say it, nigga. Say fuck El-Kheer. Hurry up. Nigga, hurry up. Okay. Say fuck El-Kheer. Fuck you, hurry up, nigga. Say fuck. All right, say.
All right, here we go. Entrance, the first entrance of the main event. It's going to be Brandon Royval walking out. Brandon Royval looks to be very emotional in this one right here. He seems to I don't know what he's doing here. He looks like he's either crying or he's just, I guess, just vibing to the music. So all right, here we go. We are now in main event territory. The main event of the entire day. Because we're talking about PFL Saudi Arabia earlier, starting us off, and in this whole entire marathon of UFC Mexico. So he comes out with two different types of music. First, it's a Mexican mariachi music. Now he's coming out to ODB. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Brendan Royval really is crying walking into the cage. Hey, you know, sometimes that's how it be, man. Some people get a little bit more emotional when they walk into the cage. So sometimes they are good for you depending on who you are and depending on how you channel it as well. Because sometimes too much emotion isn't really the best thing for you, especially when you have to go in there cold and stoic and be very matter of fact. So yeah, man, Brandon Royval's a very tricky fighter. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he deals with fighting backwards, I suppose. So all right, Brandon Royval has now entered the cage. We now await Brandon Moreno's arrival. Brandon Moreno. All right, Brandon Moreno walking out to some mariachi music as well. And the crowd goes crazy in a uproar for Brendan Moreno walking in. He's got the little headband. Very similar fashion to Julio Cesar Chavez back in the days when he used to walk in a ring wearing that in his head. So very tradition for a lot of Mexican fighters to wear that little headband, especially the boxers, right? And Brendan Moreno is sort of taking that tradition. From Tijuana, Mexico, Brandon Moreno. Hey, man, I love Legos. Well, you do live near San Diego, and Legoland is near there. So, yeah, Legoland is awesome. So, you guys check it out if you can. Yeah, so what Brandon Moreno has to basically do the same thing that Brian Ortega did in the last fight, which is what? He really needs to dehabilitate a lot of his well, how do I say this? His elusive movement, sort of say, right? And fight Mexican style in order for him to really win this fight. This is where Brandon Moreno is going to shine the most, is fighting the Mexican style. So let's find out. Let's see. Yeah, that is what's interesting about Brandon Moreno, isn't it? He seems like a soft, kind hearted type of guy. But in reality, I mean, the guy is a trained killer. And look, this is the beauty of martial arts, and mixed martial arts in particular, right? You train a bunch of nerds into becoming trained killers. It's the greatest thing ever. So here's a tail of the tape: 30 for Brandon Moreno, 31 for Brandon Royval. 57, 5'7" for Brendan Moreno, 5'9" for Royval, 126, 68-inch for Royval, 70-inch for Moreno. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The main event of the evening. Veteran referee Herb Dean is the referee for this fight. And now, go. It's time. 5 rounds, UFC flyweight division. Introducing first, Fighting out of the blue corner, Obler, special record, 15 wins, 7 losses. Stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Inglewood, Colorado, USA, presenting the number 3 rank UFC flyweight contender in the world, Brandon Royval. They're booing him, interestingly enough. Maybe because he's the Mexican American and Brandon Moreno is the real Mexicans. Maybe that's why, but there's Brandon Moreno bouncing around. The McLovin of MMA. From the movie Superbad, if you guys are wondering why they give him that nickname and moniker. Also, probably the biggest Lego nerd there is in the UFC. But he's a trained killer and a former champion at that. And arguably, some would probably say he's still the world champion even after that performance against Davison. Former 2-time flyweight champion of the world. Moreno. All right, here we go. Nearly a full round in 2020. A shoulder injury. Yeah, similar to Brian Ortega, right? And just like Brian Ortega, what Brandon Moreno has to do here is really rehabilitate the movement of Brandon Royval and close range on him. So here we go. Round 1, 2, 446, 445, 444. Let's see what happens here. I have this feeling that I'm going to make an official prediction right now as the fight is going on. I'm going to go with Royval by knockout. I have a feeling I think he could knock out Moreno. That's my official prediction. I could be wrong, but let's go with it. The crowd for sure is going to go crazy if he knocks him out. Nice body kick by Royval right there. Now 1 minute down into the first round. Once again, circling him around. But Brandon Moreno is doing the exact opposite of what I was mentioning that he should do, which is what? Close the range on him. But he's allowing Royval to back him up against that black line. 325, 324 of the first round. And so far, Brandon Royval is looking really good against Brandon Moreno. Body kick attempt, falls down, misses. Oh, overhand right by Brandon Moreno as he goes in there for a low kick by Royval. Yeah, there's a part of Royval's leg where he's sort of favoring it, and I'm wondering if that may have a lot to do with maybe connecting into one of the elbows or shin bones or the hardest joint of Brandon Moreno's body to where he's favoring that right now. See, if you notice, he was a little bit hesitant in that kick right now as we are at 234, 233, 232 of the first round. Low kick by Brandon Moreno. Brandon Moreno. Overhand right misses. Under 2 minutes left of the first round. And so far, Royval's been doing really good in just ooh, real power shots by Brandon Moreno there. And then Royval backs him up against the fence. Body kick by Brandon Moreno. Yeah, Royval gets countered every time he tries to get close range with Brandon and Moreno. I'm sorry, both of their names are Brandon, so I better stop calling them both by their first name. Low kick by Moreno there. 45 seconds left into the first round. Missed with the overhand right. Now they're back into clinch positions. Double jab by Brandon Royval. Yeah, his real interesting style with his hands down and obviously pumping the jab and then just moving around. There's the flying knee attempt right there. Circles back around. Again, Brandon Moreno has to get out of that black line right there. See, many casuals, they don't understand how much this is really a punk position for you to be in. This is literally like somebody punking you, right? Allowing somebody to back you up in that space like that. Again, unless there's a strategic reasoning behind it. All right, round one. Moreno. No, Royval. Royval round number one. Round number one is Royval all the way. All right, here we go. Round two. Another body shot, body kick attempt by Brandon Royval right there. Here we go. Just about 30 seconds into the second round. Oh, low kick by Brandon Moreno and then comes up with an overhand right. Rocks Brandon Royval. Perhaps a sign of things to come. Double jab by Moreno. Oh. So Dominic Cruz mentions that Anderson Silva used to allow opponents to sort of get off in the first couple of minutes just to kind of gather their data. Now, is that what Brandon Moreno is doing here? Or is it just he's taken every opportunity he can whenever Brendan Royval dives in and then gets hit with with an overhand right of some sort. So from the looks of things, it looks like Brandon Royval seems to be the much more active fighter. But then Brandon Moreno seems to be the guy that wants to throw the harder shots, right? It's sort of like the Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson effect, right? And by the way, shout out to Mike Tyson. He was hosting PFL Saudi Arabia earlier. Of course, like he always would, Mike Tyson's always there for all the Muslim leaders, right? Whether it's Ramzan Kadyrov or MBS in Saudi Arabia, he's always there for all the promotions, man. Mike Tyson is, he's one of the boys, you know what I'm saying? So, .141, 140 of the second round right now. Nice fakes by Royval right there. Overhand right by Brandon Moreno. Meanwhile, Brandon Royval is doing Brandon Royval things, which exactly is what he always does. Fights elusive, fights in range. And Brandon Moreno, he can't continue to fight like this. I understand that he is sort of gathering data, but look at the number and the volume that Royval is adding up as these shots are coming in. Now with the low kick, but then his takedown, and Brandon Moreno actually successfully completes it. Yeah, real frantic action right there. Now a ground and pound by Brandon Moreno in the full guard position. 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds now into the second round. Oh, look at this. He's got an arm. Okay. Brandon Moreno got out of that. Now they're back up on their feet with just 10 seconds left into the second round. And that is the end of the second round right there. Let's hear their corners to see what they say in between the rounds. Royval's corner is telling him to sort of lure him in, draw him into the exchange. Big overhand right by Brandon Moreno. That's his bread and butter right there, is being able to catch him with those overhand rights. There's Alexandra Pantoja right there. All right, here we go. Third round. Yeah, that's true. He's been a repeat customer when it comes to title shots, right? He was a two-time champion. He had that series with Davison Figueroa. And if he wins this one, well, he gets to face a new champion in Pantoja, a new face and a new challenger, or not even a challenger. Obviously, he's the challenger with Pantoja as the champion, because this right here we're witnessing right now is number one contender title eliminator fight, just like the Brian Ortega and Yair Rodriguez fight earlier. Yeah, the looping shots is definitely what Brandon Moreno is looking for. There it is, body kick by Royval. Again, backing him up against the fence once again. I got to tell you, this isn't going to do him any favors in the judges' scorecards if it gets there. But I think what Brandon Moreno is looking for is an overhand right to finish the fight, or to get opportunities to get takedowns like this, because so far he's been successful at it, like right now. Okay, there it is. Now they're in a scramble position. Now he's got him in a body lock. He's got his back now with 320, 319, 318, 316 of the third round. Low kick. .307, 305, 304. Yeah, Moreno has definitely been implementing a lot of footwork into this fight. A whole lot more than previous fights. Oh, what is this? I think a low kick is right there. We may have a little timeout right now. There it is, a low kick right there. Yeah, that was clear as day. That was a low kick. All right, time's out over. They are commencing a battle right now. Big kick answered by a left by Moreno. .225, 223, 222 of the third round. High kick by Brandon Royval. Low kick follows it up. Yeah, another body kick by Brandon Royval. He's really getting in with these kicks. And Moreno is still doing the same thing, backing up, waiting for an overhand right, waiting for some sort of explosive shot. But while doing all these looping shots, Brandon Royval is just throwing straight shots over and over again and successfully connecting. .135, 133 left. Oh, here we go. And a little takedown attempt with the overhand right. Gets into a scramble. Brandon Moreno gets a body lock. Now they'll settle back into the cage with 120 left, 116, 115. .111, a little over a minute right now in the regular time. We are about to head into the championship rounds after 60 seconds of this. So at this point, they are even in significant strikes. Dead even. So it's anybody's fight now going into the championship fights. By the way, guys, I am literally heading into the 10-hour mark of this stream. So after I go over the results of the PFL and the UFC tonight, I'm just going to end it right there. And that'll be the conclusion of this stream. So, but now we have a main event in our hands right now with 25 seconds left. in regulation time before we go into the championship rounds. I tell you what, the crowd tonight got their money's worth. They had a great fight with Ortega and Yair. And right here, we're about to head into the championship rounds. It's always good if you're a fan and you buy a ticket and you go into this event, right? And one of the fights, or if both of the fights go into the championship rounds, I tell you what, you got your money's worth. The championship rounds is the money rounds because literally anything can happen in this fight. The trajectory is either it's going to stay in the same course the way it's been from round one, meaning that the fighter is going to maintain what has kept them winning, or one mistake could happen where one guy is just really out of energy from the expenditure of energy they had to use for 15 minutes, and they can't go no more than 20 minutes of some sort, and here they are. Saying throw the right hand and throw the middle. The coach of Brandon Moreno. All right, here we go. Championship rounds, guys. We are about to commence with championship rounds, and here we are. 459, 458, 457. Royval opens up with a jab, and they get in the center of the cage and start brawling. Here we go. Yeah, real good combinations by Brandon Royval there. Real good combinations. Low kick by Brandon Moreno. Yeah, this is an extremely close fight we're witnessing right now. Oh, uppercut by Brandon Moreno. Tries to go for a trip, but gets scrambled up. And now they're both back up on their feet. 4 minutes left in the fourth round. Low kick by Brandon Moreno. Big swing by Brandon Moreno. Back up in the clinch. 3:30 left in the fourth round. Good combination. 1-2, 1-2 shots by Brandon Royval. 3:20 left in the fourth round. Nearly 250 total strikes by Brandon Royval. How about that? Man, the guy is a volume machine. Oh, here I think he got Brandon Moreno hurt right here. He's got him backed up against the fence. Now he's able to take him down with ease. Usually not something you can easily do is take down Brandon Moreno without a fight, but he was able to do that just based on the combinations he was landing on him. Now he's got him on the ground, pounding him away. 225, 223, 222 of the fourth round left. This could be a very big round for Royval. I mean, this could be the turning point right there. I told you guys, this is where the fights get really exciting because either the fight is going to stay in the course that it has been, where the winning fighter is using and utilizing what he has used from the first round, or one of these guys gets tired from the fatigue of going through this whole entire fight, just like the fatigue that I'm going through right now, about to hit a 10-hour stream. Probably this channel's record of just overall streams so far in terms of length, not numbers or anything like that, but just, yeah, of terms of length and all that. Yeah, definitely. We go 125 left of the 4th round. Yeah, Royval definitely understands all the counters that Brandon Moreno could try to land on him, and he's utilizing his jabs and his movement to really get away from any of the weapons that Brandon Moreno could offer him. 104, 103, 102. 1 minute left into the 4th round. Jab, jab, jab by Brandon Royval, which has been a great weapon of his. And then he goes to the body with the combination of the jabs as well. Low kick by Moreno. Yeah, definitely Herb Dean has to jog around with two fighters that have this high elusive movement right here. Here we go, 10 seconds left into the 4th round. We are about to head into the final stretch of this fight. 5th and final round coming up. Let's hear what their corners have to say. All right, the final stretch. Here we go. First time they returned since 2019, and here it is, the ending of the round of the final round of the night. And we have now just crossed into our 10-hour stream. Congratulations, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. You have now reached the 10-hour stream marathon of MMA. Boom! Overhand right by Brandon Moreno. 4:25 left of the 5th round. Locks his body in. 4:22, 4:20. Got him up against the fence. Kevin Ioli says 5th round is going to be, they went too fast with that one. I couldn't read it. All right, goes for the body right there. This is really anybody's fight right now. Herb Dean is warning them, hey, you got to press the action or I'm going to release this clinch. He's saying you guys need to work. Brandon Moreno is just holding him up there in a stalemate position. 335, 334. All right. They stopped, broke it up. Said, turn around. Let's go. Fight. Here we go. 320 of the 5th round. 319, 318. Oh, overhand right connects with Brandon Moreno. And then Royval, once again, just continues with the straight shots over and over and over again. Body kick by Brandon Moreno. 7,000 plus feet elevation right here. 240. Yeah, Royval trains at a higher elevation in this, so he's definitely used to this type of pace that he's putting on Brandon Moreno right now. Ooh, catches him right there. 215, 213. 411 strikes by Brandon Royval, which he has 28%, and obviously 47% for Moreno, but has way less than that. Just a constant volume. And you got to think this is a high volume for this type of environment. 150 left of the 5th round. There it is, overhand right by Brandon Moreno. All right, now Brandon Moreno has a body lock. 130 left in the 5th and final round of the main event. It is going for some stomps right there. Stomping. Stop. All right, they're breaking it up. He said, turn around, let's go. Literally 1 minute to go in the 5th and final round. They clinch up, big combination from, and then goes into the clinch. Now they're going back and forth with each other. Less than 60 seconds left. Yeah, we're definitely going to get the last seconds of this with absolute chaos. Let's see. "30 seconds to go" with a warning from Herb Dean on that one. Body lock by Brandon Moreno. Brandon Royval trying to fight out of it. Oh, this is really going to be interesting to see who gets a decision in this one. All right. Swinging away in the last seconds and one. Yes, that is the end of regulation right there. And we go to the judges' scorecards. But before we go to the judges' scorecards, I'm going to go over all the results of the fights tonight while we wait for the results of this main event 5-round war. So we started off the night. Let's see here. We started off the night right here. Okay, Mohamed Nayov versus Eric Silva. By the way, I had to step out for a little bit. I had the stream running while this was going on. I'm going to check out the highlights of that and what had happened. Obviously, there wasn't a lot of strikes that was happening in this one. I believe there was some sort of fluke that had happened here, or some sort of fluke TKO victory, kind of similar to what happened in the first fight with Ortega and Yair Rodriguez. But nonetheless, we move on with Victor Alchiriano taking on Felipe Dos Santos. Dos Santos gets the win in this one. Obviously, even with Victor getting the most takedowns in this, that wasn't enough. But Felipe was given the fight just based on his damage alone and just based on, look at this, his activity level in comparison to Victor. And then Luis Rodriguez gets a submission win over Dennis Bondar. Claudio Polis loses to Faraziem in a decision. Edgar Chaez gets a submission over Daniel De Silva. Jesus Aguilar gets a decision over Mateus Mendoca. Mendoca is a pretty hard-fought fight right there. Ronnie Barcelos gets a submission. By the way, this is one of those submissions that literally came out of nowhere, right? These are the stats to that fight. Then after that, we move on to the main card. We started it off with Raul Rojas Jr. getting his fight canceled, obviously. Manuel Torres gets a first-round submission over Chris Duncan. That also came out of nowhere. Yasmin gets a decision over Sam Hughes. Daniel Huber gets a decision over Francisco Prado. Basically, the same type of fight that we saw with the Brandon Moreno fight, which is what? got a guy that is taller utilizing it to its advantage. And then Brian Ortega gets the submission win against Yair Rodriguez. By the way, a hard-fought fight. He almost literally got injured in that fight because of the way that he was bouncing during the announcement, and then came back, fought back after getting rocked. He was rocking Yair Rodriguez as well, and then managed to submit him in the end. And now we are awaiting the decision for Brandon Royval versus Brendan Moreno. And then after this decision, I'm going to give you guys the rundown of PFL Bellator versus, PFL versus Bellator, champion versus champ. Brandon Royval wins this one. All right. Well, there it is. The activity won him that fight. So Brandon Royval is the winner of our main event tonight. Congratulations to him. So now we go on and take a look at the PFL card tonight, and then I'm going to call it quits for the night because I think I've given enough time here. So here we go. So Renan Ferreira gets a knockout by Ryan Vader. Some say that it was an early stoppage. A gentleman that came in here earlier, Chill MMA, said that, you know what? It was a bit early, but hey, either way, you know what? It is what it is. He got that first round knockout 21 seconds into it. Johnny Eblin gets a hard-fought split decision, probably the hardest fight of his life. Impa Kasangai gave a good account of himself. Jackson versus Ray Cooper. Man, a real even up until the second round where Jason Jackson came out on top and got his TKO ground and pound victory. Submission triangle choke by Vadim Nemkov. Gets it in the second round. The first round looked like it could have been anybody's matchup. Vadim is Vadim. He is what he does. And in the second round, he was able to take him down and submit him with an arm triangle choke. Yoel Romero actually wins this one, surprisingly, against Thiago Santos, which was surprising. But hey, you know what? Oh, there it is. Hold on a second. Pantoja is getting called out by Brendan Royval. And then Pantoja looks like he's about to walk. He said, I'm going to people's house. I'm taking your stuff. He said, Brendan Royval in an effing building. What's up? All right. And so, yes, AJ McKee gets an armbar triangle against Clay Collard in the first round. By the way, I mean, exploited his weakness in the grappling department and also showed that AJ McKee has great submission and jiu-jitsu as well. Aaron Pico gets a first round ground and pound against Henry Corrales. Biago Ali Walsh climbs to his first debut win in the pros by a decision. Clarissa Shields gets herself in a hard-fought fight, but guess what? Comes out on top with a split decision. And the local town guys, Abdullah Alcanta, gets a standing TKO in the third round against the Indian fighter Educolona Rayo. And then Malik Bashil taking on Vinicius Pereira gets a decision. And that right there concludes tonight's fights. So I hope you guys enjoyed this 10-hour stream that I provided for you guys. I really had a great time giving you guys the coverage of this fight. And what can I say? Good night. Thank you for those that have tapped in and came and listened and watched, no matter how long or how short you had came in here. All the contributions to the comments and all the positive notes and the positive reinforcements and all that. Sorry, it's been a 10-hour stream. One of the longest ones I've had, probably the longest stream that I've had so far. I'm glad to have been here. Thank you guys. Good night. Inshallah. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next upcoming content. Inshallah. Mic drop. We out.